Hey, good morning. It's good to be with you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for coming together today to listen to me. Let me set a context. First of all, I should just tell you something I want you to know about. I have some significant hearing loss on this side of my head, so if you're talking to me and I'm not responding, it's not because I'm not interested. Just get my attention or talk in this side of my head. I have to get another surgery done on my ear and get it restored to working, so I apologize for the hearing loss. So I just want to make you aware of that. As you mentioned, one of the things I'm involved with is a company called Pale Blue Dot. Elizabeth Wendell and I constructed Pale Blue together. I'll mention the reference, and some of you might know the reference actually, but we are paying our respects to Carl Sagan and Sagan's book, The Pale Blue Dot, and particularly what we were interested in with Sagan's book and his concept was the simple part of that story, which you may or may not know, is a story about Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, which are two spacecrafts that are now been traveling in space for 45 years, have now entered interstellar space, and when Voyager 1 was about 13 million miles away from Earth, just before it would have gone so far as to be unable to see our planet, he was able to convince NASA to turn the spaceship around and have it take a photograph of our planet before it could no longer be seen. And the famous photograph that it produced was a pale blue dot that was no more than a couple pixels, that really is this thing that he then, of course, called a pale blue dot. And the reference at the time, I think a lot of people thought that he was making a commentary on the insignificance of Earth and the insignificance of the people and other creatures on Earth. We think that's completely wrong. I think the point was not that the Earth and the creation of Earth and all the creatures on it was insignificant. It's that we were extraordinary, that we were the only life we know of in the universe created here for a purpose, and that we share this place. And we have a responsibility to one another and to the Earth and to all of its creatures. And so we borrow the name in that way of thinking, in that idea of work. A justice doing project, the doing is the emphasis. It's on working to be a part of doing justice, not talking about justice. I sometimes say that if justice stays in your head, it's not justice. It requires doing. We'll talk today, later, probably more tomorrow, about what we would call a feet up approach. We like the feet a lot. Feet are really useful. You can use them to do things like take action. That we spend a lot of time in our society, for decades in my life, talking about justice, but not seeing much of it getting done. And so we're really interested in the doing of justice, not talking about it. So I'll mention that. A global justice doing project, we're doing projects in Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, across the United States, projects involving children's mental health, child protection related work, or so-called child protection or family policing work. We work with some of the country's largest healthcare systems in rethinking what health is. We would, just as we say to their executive leaders, until they don't want us to say it anymore and tell us to go away, is we don't run healthcare programs in this country. We run disease and cost management programs. What we really need as a country is to think about what health would look like. What would it look like if we were investing in the health of human beings and communities, not in managing disease and managing costs. So we are, for some reason, they invite us back. I don't know why. They probably will stop at some point. But we've helped write, I wrote a book for CVS Aetna, so you're familiar with CVS Pharmacies and Aetna Insurance. They're one company, and they hired me to write a book for them internally on how to imagine what a health system would look like. Particularly, my interest is in investing in the health of families and communities. As you'll hear, my argument, my argument would be that we would measure, as we'll do in a few minutes, we'll begin to think about this locally, is that we would think about a measurement of health as a community. How is the community doing? That's a critical measurement of health. What we've done is create a measurement that says how is the individual system within the body doing, what we would call decontextualizing then health as a part of the body inside of a particular system, and placing the responsibility for the care of that system into the hands of a doctor or a therapist or some other kind of practitioner. We would argue that's not a health viewpoint, that is something else. We'll talk about that something else. It's something called power. We're doing projects around the world, engaging with communities who invite us. I mentioned we met earlier. I think what I was told is we had 5 different nations make a commitment to join us this week, First Nations communities, and I want to acknowledge them. We also work with Indigenous communities in Australia, in Canada, and with tribes here in the United States. The particular importance for me is that my wife and my children are members of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And we live, in my family, we say, with a foot in Indian country and a foot in dominant culture every day. And we receive both the benefits and the hardships of both things. And they have real consequences on the way we live as a family every day. I mean, both good and bad. Particularly, we just had Thanksgiving. That seems to be a particularly hard time in our family. It's a very hard time in our family. It's complicated. And so we feel very honored and blessed to be joining the Cowichan First Nation, for example, on Vancouver Island. That for those of you who relate to child protection, in July, they took back full responsibility for what had been called child protection when it was run by the Ministry of the Canadian government in the province of British Columbia. Today, all of the money spent historically on dismantling Cowichan families by the province and breaking families apart, all that money now goes directly to the Cowichan First Nation. They held an election to approve or not approve their vision of what family well-being looks like and what a system would look like. That was successful. The majority of Cowichan members voted to enact that law, and the Cowichan people have asked myself and Elizabeth to be in support actively of their work of standing up their vision of what family well-being looks like for Cowichan families. From the perspective of Cowichan people, one of the challenges they face is they have Cowichan members who are spread across the entire country of Canada, many of them because they were taken from Cowichan families and they were placed through adoption and other ways outside of their Indigenous communities through something called the 60s Scoop, which was an adoption strategy, and other residential schools, other strategies. So one of the challenges that we're supporting them with is kind of what we borrow from a wonderful Blackfoot woman from Montana who talks about the effect of colonization on the Blackfeet people this way. She said that colonization dismembered our culture, dismembered our communities, and dismembered our families. Our work is remembering that we have a culture, remembering that we have communities and that we have families, but then a double entendre here, the hard work every day of doing the remembering work, remembering culture, literally having to remember it. Parts of it are lost to First Nations who were as you know, here in the United States as well, where it was made illegal to practice religion, to speak language, to do all kinds of things. So there's this effort at literally remembering lost parts of culture. And then the remembering of communities into places of health rather than places of suffering and complexity. And then finally, the literal work of remembering dismembered families. You can see in that context, you can see the connection to what we call child welfare and child protection systems. So anyway, so it's a context. I'll finish by saying we look at three particular focus. We have three particular focuses that we're paying attention to these days. 3 E words that we use, and that is we pay attention to equity, we pay attention to economics, and we pay attention to the environment. Not only the environment in terms of the earth, but also the environments of relationships and opportunities that people have access to or don't have access to. We think that those are 3 key areas to pay attention to that are different maybe than what our current systems think about. So my intention, I have material that is primarily not me talking at you. We like to do what we call participatory works, which engages people in doing things. But I'm going to start this morning by just setting a context, and then we'll move into the participatory work for what it's worth. Put up another slide here. Just to set a context about some of the principles that we are working from. We borrow, I don't know if any of you know Gabor Mate. Mate is a physician from British Columbia, and he breaks apart the word. We talk a lot of times about people being held responsible, but we're breaking the word responsible and making a different meaning of it. And that word is breaking apart and saying we are response-able. The focus is that we are response-able. Additionally, what we're saying is we're more response-able together than we are apart. We are response-able as communities. Liz and I were just in Canada for a week, doing a week-long work in a place called Stratford, which is in the province of Ontario. And the conversation that we were having there started with me saying this to them, and I'm going to say it here and make some sense of it. And that was in their context right now in Canada, particularly in Ontario, in New South Wales, in Australia. That would be the state where Sydney's at, that you'd be most familiar with. There have been places in California fairly recently where this has been true also, and other places. One of the big concerns related to child protection is having older teenagers with and younger teenagers as well, with complex care needs, who are finding themselves living in hotels and living in child welfare offices. That's happening in Ontario right now in some communities. In addition, we'll look at this later, Ontario is, the last year they've had almost 370 children die who were in the custody of their child welfare agencies in the province. So they're losing more than a child a week to fatalities who are supposedly being protected in their child welfare system. And it's grown remarkably. I'm going to give you a different insight into why that might be happening in a few minutes. But the context there that I was sharing with them as we were with them as they're in a great place of distress right now is this very odd sounding language, which was what I said was they're not coming. And what do I mean? And what I mean is my first message to them, based on our experience, including a lot of experience in Ontario, is if you work for a social service agency, whether you're part of the county, the state, or a tribal organization, if for any reason you've come to believe in your years of living and working, that the concept of reform means that there's going to be something magical that happens in Sacramento or in Washington, D.C., and comes here to Mendocino County to fix something. They're not coming. There's a possibility they might do something we would value locally, and we would welcome it. But it is unlikely, because it has not happened yet, that they will come here and fix the problems that people in this community and county are facing. What do you think? They're not coming. I want to add, that's a blessing. It's a blessing they're not coming. Because you don't need them to come to fix your problems, because as a community, you can do that. And that context I want to set for the time we have together is to bring some information to you, some perspectives together to you, to inform that belief that in fact, that the place where change is most possible is in the community. It's in relationship with one another. And what we were doing, we had the chief of police there, we had other law enforcement, we had public health, mental health, with nursing, all kinds of various systems people sitting together who rarely ever sit together. And part of the design was just to get people to sit together who don't sit together. But they all, much of the time, are responding to similar, actually some of the same people, literally, without ever talking to each other. Well, quite frankly, without even talking to the people they're responding to much. And what we were trying to do was just do what we do, just be a convener, be a catalyst, be a facilitator. Could we convene people who don't talk to each other, but who say they work with the same people, to begin to talk to each other? And then from there, the argument is, why aren't the people you say you work with in the room? Why aren't you talking to them? That's kind of the setting that we have. But so I'm going to go to just start being more participatory by asking you, I want to set a context with you, and I'm going to just ask you to think with me, help me understand your context better. And so I want to, I'll read this to you. I know you could read it, but just to set the context, my question for you is, which is truer of the beliefs in your community about youth, adults, or families with complex needs? Complex needs could be housing. Complex needs could be mental health needs. It could be disability. It could be poverty. It could be violence. It could be a lot of things. Physical health needs. People and families with complex needs. Here's the first option. Tell me if this sounds possible. Now, I'm not saying what you think. I'm saying, what do you think the community thinks, on average, that people with and families thinking of homelessness, thinking of other problems families and individuals are facing, cause problems, have problems, or are problems? Is that possible, that people think those things? Or do you think that people in your community believe that people and families with complex needs are unappreciated problem solvers? Are leaders of today, not tomorrow? Do you notice we sometimes talk, what's the word I want to use here? Talk benevolently about our hopes with people with problems, that they will one day become something because of us. Or, in fact, are they those things now? Finally, are people with complex needs creators, makers, and doers of things? Which do you think is, which list more closely fits the belief systems that operate in your community and in the systems in your community about people with complex needs? Which one's the better fit? I don't know. I'm not from here. In fact, I did come here before I didn't even make it into town. I noticed driving in last night, hey, wait a minute, that's like 5 miles away. I went into the Rancheria and then I turned around and left for home again, so I never even got into your city here. So I really don't know you guys. Which is a better fit for the design and our approach to problem solving here? I'm asking. What do you think?
The top one.
I'm sorry?
The top one.
Yeah? Yeah. So where does that leave us then? Where does it leave you? The child welfare, my background primarily in children's mental health and in child protection in Washington State. And then I've also done some of that work here in California as well as obviously lots of other places since that time. But so I'm sensitive, for example, in California over the last couple of years. I'm doing some work connected to UC Davis and the Center on Excellence in Family Finding, and talking with child protection leaders at counties who have a lot of unfilled open jobs. Does this sound relatable here? So where does that leave us with unfilled jobs, with too much work to do? Is where it leaves us. One example, where does it leave us? It leaves us with people who are homeless, living unsheltered, while there are other people who are sheltered who are in meetings talking about how to solve their homelessness problem. Does that sound familiar? Where does it leave us? Where does it leave them? If I might be here, unofficially, I might be here to radicalize you a little bit, so hold on. Because I'm asking you which approach is more likely to create solutions in Mendocino County, the first one or the second one? The first one creates jobs for people who work with people who are unhoused. It creates jobs for people who are unsafe with their kids. But we're here to create solutions, not jobs. Right? Setting the context for our time together. We'll be coming back to this next one. I want to start to move not to being critical, but some have asked me on my social media, they see the kind of stuff I post on my social media, and especially my child welfare colleagues have asked, what happened to Campbell? Is he turning into some kind of abolitionist? And I'll answer the question, no, I'm not an abolitionist, I'm an alternativist. What would we build instead? I'm not interested in burning things down. I'm interested in building things that make a difference together with people. What would we build instead is my question. I just have not 1 ounce of energy for focusing and being in conflict with people about being critical of the systems that we have. I could care less. I'm more interested in joining with people and building things that work for us, that work for all of us. I was listening to a Californian, some of you might know, this morning as I was preparing for you, which is a bad idea because he's kind of a person who influences me a lot. But if you guys know who Father Greg Boyle is at Homeboy Industries, the largest gang intervention program in the world is created in Southern California, now in 104 countries around the world. And he uses a word, and Father Greg's a friend of Liz and mine, and we enjoy talking to him and learning some things from him. And I'm going to be talking to you as we move forward in a different context, looking at human health. And we've been talking to Greg about that for a long time. And I noticed this morning in Greg's recent talks, he was using a word we've been struggling with, but we think is an important word, and the word is called healing. And what's tough about the word healing is trying to define it, what that is. I can tell you from a health standpoint, remember we work with big health companies and with a lot of scientists and physicians who have that particular approach to health, not the only approach to health, that particular approach. And if you were to ask them what healing is, they really couldn't tell you. We don't really know. What we know is that healing exists in the person. It's innate to them. It's an extraordinary innate capability in human beings that's connected to other human beings. That's about what we know. How it actually works, we're not so sure. There might be other cultures that might have better answers than our scientists do for that. But you get the point. But what he was talking about that I thought I really liked this morning, because he hasn't brought this up in the conversations we'd had with him recently, was, and we're going to look at this, but he talks about healing as what he would call a health assessment. That healing it's not a place. It's a constant effort at assessing how we're doing, how we're feeling, how it's going. I think that's pretty useful. These are I'm going to read these to you. We're going to actually practice these 7 things just for fun to see how it works. Another example, these are what are called draft articles of storytelling rights by a man by the name of David Denborough. Denborough lives in Adelaide, South Australia, and he's the director of a place called the Dulwich Centre. Previously, and you won't know him in all likelihood, or the Dulwich Centre, but you might know who led the Dulwich Centre before David did, and it was a man by the name of Michael White. And if you know of White's name, it'll be in association with something called narrative therapy. So that'll be the thing that snaps it into focus for most people. And Dulwich Centre is kind of the world home of narrative practice. And when Mr. White died some years ago, David took his chair. David became the leader there. And he wrote a really powerful book that I think is really useful called Retelling the Stories of Our Lives. And these are what he would call 7 draft storytelling rights. And I'm going to read them to you, and we're going to break them into bits and look at them together in practice. So in ways that may be useful to you locally. But I want to start by saying there's a reason why they're called draft articles, because the idea here is to stop taking the rights of people to telling their own stories away from them. And so these are draft storytelling rights. People write their own. But they're pretty good ones, I think. Let me read the first one. Everyone has the right to define their experiences and problems in their own words and terms. That's very different from being told you have a conduct disorder, from being told that you are bipolar, from being told that you are depressed. How would you say you're doing? What words do you use to describe how you're feeling, how your relationships are working? Article 2, everyone has the right for their life to be understood in the context of what they have been through and in the context of their relationships with others. This is a very particular thing, and a little piece you'll pick up from me. Do we have anyone here who works in mental health? With the mental health agency? No? Okay. Well, they would be welcome if you have them, of course, but if you were here, I'd want to acknowledge you and then say something wounding. But not on purpose, but that's what's going to happen. Everyone has the right for the life to be understood in the context of what they've been through and in the context of their relationships with others is a commentary on the American mental health system. It's an alternative view of a way of thinking about mental health, which is what these 7 articles are really attempt to do. And that is, in the American mental health system, which is based on something called the DSM-5TR, we have we built a mental health system, particularly since 1980, on the construct of the DSM. And a little known fact and this literally is written history, you can read it. There is a history you can read of the DSM. And if you look at the history of the DSM and you go to the development of DSM-3, which happened in the mid-1970s, and then it was published in 1980. It was developed in beginning in 1976. But here's what happened to the American mental health system with the publication of DSM-3 that played out in the development. And that was that I think 14 white guys who sat together and wrote that book, white men, no women, who sat together and wrote the DSM-3, what they did is they said, we're going to construct this. However, we're going to do something very important, as it turned out, and that was we're going to be, as they said, agnostic when we consider psychological distress, something we call mental health, which really means disorder. We are going to be agnostic as we look at patients as to what has happened in their life before. We have no interest in looking at what they've been through, what's been happening to them. Well, all we want to look at is a presentation of symptoms, and we want to identify those symptoms, we want to categorize symptoms, and we want categories of symptoms to result in diagnostic labels. So we are going to be agnostic about what people have been through. We're simply looking at the presence or absence of groups of symptoms. Does that make sense? So what happens with the mental health system we then have today is that we look at people purely through a lens, a subjective lens by a clinician of what the symptoms are or not, which category they may be in, and which disorder they point at. Does that make sense? What Denborough is saying here is revolutionary to that idea. He's not saying that. He's saying that everyone has a right for their life to be understood in the context of what they've been through and in the context of their relationships to other people. That's a very intentionally controversial thing to say. I just want to call it out, and we'll explore how to make sense of that. Article 3, everyone has the right to invite others who are important to them to be involved in the process of reclaiming their lives from the effects of trauma. Let me give you an alternative way to think about that California for decades now has, in its child protection and mental health systems, particularly for children, has made an investment in wraparound or individualized and tailored care. Your state's core service model is based on wraparound. All of that, by the way, imposed by a lawsuit, the KDA settlement in Los Angeles County required California in its settlement agreement in the class to think about the response to the claims, the harms that were done to children, to not think any longer about institutions, but think about building wrap teams around people was the idea. I have to say, I was one of the amicus. I was asked to write an amicus brief in that lawsuit, and I think it was. I think 2000, I think. We wrote, up in Washington, we were asked to write an amicus brief in support of a view with the people who brought the lawsuit, the claimants, that the thing we needed to replace institutions with were having families and communities and children at the table having something to say. And so that did end up in this settlement, and it has been a part of what California has implemented. However, there's a difference between what we've seen happen in California with what is being said here. That everyone has a right to invite others important to them to be involved in the process of reclaiming their lives from the effects of trauma. What we see in practice is people can invite people to be in their child and family teams if they're considered to be appropriate people and if they would do what the government would like them to do. That is not what we were talking about in the lawsuit. They missed it. Remember, the power word comes up again and again and again. We don't invite people to come to meetings because they might do the thing we want them to do. The point is people invite us into their meetings because they as a family are struggling with something they want to do. The tribal folks here recognize the word sovereignty here as one example. 4, everyone has the right to be free from having problems caused by trauma and injustice located inside them, internally, as if there is some deficit in them. The person is not the problem is the problem. What is Denborough talking about? Diagnosing people with made-up disorders in order to claim funding is situating the responsibility in their body, and it's placing the solution in the clinician, not in the person. The person becomes the problem. The homelessness is not the problem. Homelessness is growing in Australia. In fact, it's maybe worse than the United States. Let me give you an interesting statistic. Think about how we talk about homelessness and people who are homeless, right? Unhoused. So there is a big concern there. But understand this, 1% of the Australian population own 25% of the houses. But what is the narrative of homelessness? Something inside the body of a homeless person, not the fact that we've advantaged rich people to the extent that they are now owning 25% of all the houses available in the marketplace. 1% of rich folks own 25% of housing and growing. By the way, why do they want all those houses? Because the Australian government made a law that advantages people in their taxes. If you own property and lose money, you can deduct it all from your taxes. So why would rich people want to own 25% of the houses? Not because they could live in them, because they can take the money they spend on those houses and not pay taxes on the rest of their money. Where does that leave homeless people being diagnosed as the problem? Right. Number 5, everyone has the right for their responses to trauma to be acknowledged. No one is a passive recipient of trauma. People always respond. People always protest injustice. What is he saying? He's saying you need to rethink what you think behavior is. Instead of thinking of behavior as disorder, disease, you need to see most behavior as a response to power. You may not agree with it. It isn't yours to agree with. We're going to look at this. I'm going to show you an alternative. We're going to expose you and let you practice a little bit an alternative to the DSM system called Power Threat Meaning Framework. We're going to learn a different way to interpret people's lives and what they're trying to say through their behavior than we've been taught. Our intention here is to expand our ability to stand with people instead of standing against them. 6, everyone has the right to have their skills and knowledge of survival respected, honored, and acknowledged. Similarly, people are responding. They're using their knowledge, their experiences, and their behavior to survive what they have been through. Vince Felitti, you guys, Californian, by the way? No, yeah, Californian, San Diego. Felitti, co-author of the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. Now you'll know who Felitti is, right? So what did Felitti say as he was making sense of the data? Not the story that, what's her name, your former Surgeon General lady, what was her name? Yeah, Nadine. Not the story Nadine was telling, the story that the author was telling. What's one of the things, I think famously, that he said about, he was talking about addiction. Is that a problem? Why are we worried? Addiction. And he said, addiction is a terrible public health crisis in America. Do you agree with him? That's the first half. Here's the second part. But it's a solution for the individual. That's what makes it complicated, among other things. But it makes a really powerful point. It has a powerful insight. That what is, but undeniably, especially since then with fentanyl deaths that are just extraordinary, and how the lethality of substances that people are accessing and their consequences, a terrible public health crisis, no doubt about it. But how do you unpack what he's saying? But it can be a solution for the individual. A solution to what? Is where but if you apply the DSM system, you don't ask the second question because you're not interested in their history. You're only interested in the symptoms. You're only interested in the category of disorder and the claiming of money for that disorder. You're not interested in the larger question, which might suggest why we've been doing so poorly treating addictions within the system we have. Finally, Article 7, everyone has a right to know and experience that what they have learned through hardship can make a contribution to others in similar situations. The principle we used in our family meeting practice are called PLA principles, participatory learning and action principles, and one of them says that people are made uniquely capable through their hardships, not broken. So going back to the wraparound idea, who would you want more at the table than the people who need healing most? Instead of what we've done, which is we only want people at the table who will do the things we want them to do. Right? You see the differences. So I'm setting the context here for us working together. I want to do one more thing, which is just add some history, more history to the context of this. Those are really weird pictures, and I want to make sense of them for you. These are pictures from the English newspapers in 1942. So if you think about England in 1942, probably what will come to your mind is what was happening in England in 1942, which was they were at the tip of the spear fighting Nazi aggression against Germany, right? They had been in conflict directly with the Germans in open war since 1939. By December of, actually it was October of 1942 when these came out, the English had largely been on their own, even though this, I think, whenever the 7th is this month will be an anniversary date for us declaring war in the United States in World War II. We declared war on December 7th, 1941, but we didn't have a significant American presence in the European combat zones by late 42. We were still building up our response. We were just beginning to be engaged as we ramped up our war efforts. So up to this point, October of 1942, the English have largely been fighting the Germans by themselves. Now you would think, well, where was France and where were their other allies? They all surrendered within 6 weeks of the war starting. So by late 1939, the French were out. They had been overrun. They fell within 6 weeks, so that the only folks really fighting German aggression up to this point had been the English. And they'd been doing it since 1939 at a terrible cost to their people. And by this point, you can imagine how many English prisoners of war have been taken, how many casualties have happened, resulting in women leading households alone because they don't have their husbands and the fathers of their children anymore. They're gone. And so what that means is that the welfare state design that England has up to this point is buckling under the weight of not only the poor and disabled and elderly that they were investing in previously. They now have a whole new group of people in need to provide support to. And these two things are colliding at the same time. And Churchill becomes prime minister, and he has to do something that has rarely been done in world history at this level. And that is where we see a major world power briefly turn its full attention on what we would call the problems of poor people. Which is be the way they would say it. I would be a little more direct and say what they were doing was turning attention on the problems that poor people are to the rest of us. And so what they do is they hire a guy by the name of I forgot William Beveridge. And Beveridge had previously been the director of the London School of Economics, had left there, gone to Cambridge, was teaching economics at Cambridge. In his spare time, he was a social innovator by reputation. And this is an important part of Beveridge's story that the English like to leave out, but I think is critically important. He's also something called a eugenicist. He's a member of the British Eugenicist Society. And Churchill picks Beveridge and says, I want you to look at our welfare state, and I want you to write a report and tell us how to fix the welfare state and reduce its costs and its failures, because we can't afford to do this right now. We've got a war to fight. To set a context here, prior to World War II, the English spent about 2.7% of their GDP on defense. In the war, they spent 68% of all of their gross national product on defense spending. To see the problem they were having with maintaining a welfare state is everything was going to surviving the war itself. They couldn't do it, and so they hire Beveridge to write a report. In October of 1942, Beveridge issues that report on a rainy night in London, where not only rain was falling out of the skies, but so were German bombs. And people literally, even though currency was really hard to get by this point for everyday people, money, they lined up with money to buy this report, and they queued for blocks and blocks and blocks in the dark, rainy night in a dangerous situation to buy his report. They end up selling this report out 4 times in the first year of its production. This is a little bit of history that will, in a minute, connect directly to you in a surprising way. And that is that what becomes known as the Beveridge Report, and I'll explain the pictures, is what he does really, why he was also a politician, I should say. He probably was a better politician than he was an economist, because he came up with this really brilliant narrative to convince people to join his view of what needed to happen. And that was, he called the problem of poverty, as he called them, the 5 giants. And you can see them in the picture on the left. The first giant was that the poor have an incessant want of things. If you give the poor help, all they want is what? More. He's selling to an audience happy to buy it, isn't he? Who doesn't want to hear that if you're in a privileged group about inequality? Second is ignorance. The poor by their birth and class, and remember he was a eugenicist, but in their genes are ignorant. It's not just that they're without an education, they're subhuman. They have something that the eugenicists called at the time what was the word, something gene, I'll think of it in a minute just to be accurate, but basically there was a fake science of eugenics that said that there were these humanoid creatures that were not fully human because they lacked a full complement of genes to make them human. And these 2 groups of people, and I apologize to those from indigenous communities because it directs at you as well, are poor, disabled, and indigenous peoples, are not people, because they have this genetic difference. That's what eugenicists believed. And he believes that. So when he says these things about an incessant want of things, about being ignorant, understand the unstated part of this is these are not humans. That they are, now this is interesting, we're just beginning to have a disease theory at this point. We understand some things about public health emergencies involving viruses and bacterial infections. What he sees them as is a vector for disease. The people who live in poverty present a vulnerability to the privileged because they're a vector for bringing disease into the population. And then they choose, he says, to live in squalor. He says, if you build housing for poor people, what happens to the quality of the housing? Somebody tell me, what happens to it? They think, now I would argue it has something to do with not putting in the budget something called maintenance, which all of us who live in houses might have the privilege to own or be responsible for somehow know is a constant effort. But what he's doing is taking these cheap shots that are feeding the political population he wants to feed. He's not acknowledging what's really going on. He's just acknowledging what they want to hear. Why should we be making investments in housing for poor people? They just choose to live in squalor. It's their preferred state because they're not people. And finally, they're lazy. He calls it idleness. They don't work. The privileged class, I know you're going to be shocked, eats this up. Remember, he sells this manual out 4 times within 1 year, 4 different publishings. At the end of the war, oh, by the way, here's another violent image. In this case, they put the poor and indigenous on explosives and blow them up. Now, if you want to make a quick leap, what was Lyndon Johnson's program in 1964 called? It was the war on what? The war on poverty? Can you see a link from that language to what Beveridge was talking about? There was a link, because what happens is at the end of the war, and before the end of the war, the Allies, including the United States, can see that they will defeat Germany. They see it, it's happening, it's unfolding before them, and they began to think about how are we going to rebuild places like France, remember there are 50 countries on the planet where combat happens, and massive, if you don't know about much about war history, the big thing that was different about World War II than World War I and wars before that was that there was a decision made about World War II, which was that it was okay to make civilians targets. So you could kill civilians became the way that we modernized war fighting in World War II. Remember, World War I were trenches. At least they didn't stand there and shoot each other in the field. They got in holes and shot at each other. But they didn't have civilians between them. They fought out in spaces away from civilian populations, and they hid in trenches and stayed in them sometimes for years. What happens in World War II? They intentionally bomb cities, drop nuclear weapons on civilians. Because that's the big evolution in warfighting technology in World War II, is to wipe out civilian populations. So 50 countries had combat happen in them, and they destroyed a lot of civilian infrastructure and killed a lot of everyday people in their process. So it had to be rebuilt. So Stalin and Roosevelt and Churchill and others come together as they see that they're going to win, and they begin to imagine beyond the war, what is the opportunity we have to, given that we've got to rebuild societies anyway, including economies, what are our opportunities? And here's one of the things they talked about. We have the opportunity to build a new world. And the particular world we want to build will not have poor people in it. And they get hold, because the English bring it, to the Beveridge Report. And Beveridge is a eugenicist, and there's an end game in eugenics in their version, which is different from the Nazi version, which is they won't put them in death camps, they'll sterilize women and men. Voluntarily, involuntarily, and coercively. In the United States, that may sound like an odd thing, but a little known fact, the Nixon administration, Nixon put in place a bill that was made into law with the Indian Health Service. And by 1976, 25% of indigenous women of childbearing age in the United States had been coercively, secretly, or forcibly sterilized. If you look at the 1980 census report, you'll see that Native American women had half the birth rate of every other group of women in the country. So they between 1972 and 1976, 25% of Native American women of childbearing age were sterilized, many without even knowing it. They went in for gynecological procedures and they were sterilized without their knowledge. It may have been more. That's the data that we have in the record. So this eugenics project was continued for some time. Here's the final piece of telling you the story. What was one of the primary strategies that Beveridge imagined to carry out this creating a world without poor people in it? This is a piece most people don't know about, invented the idea of case managers. Do you guys know any case managers? And case loads. So what Beveridge says is, remember that the giants, that the idea of social services changes here. Beveridge is saying, you've got to understand that social services cannot produce an outcome in the context of making people who receive social services better somehow, because the fundamental problem is they're not people. They can't be changed because he makes this eugenicist pseudoscience of it's called the Popper gene. This was a word I couldn't remember earlier. The Popper gene. They cannot get better or change. They cannot be changed. The only solution to ending or building a world without poor people in it is ending the reproductive abilities of poor people. It's a several generation approach to ending the problem. What do we do then with poor people between now and the time when there are no poor people who can reproduce? We have to create social service bureaucracies in government and in private charities, and we will fill those organizations with people who are fully human and have the capabilities of full human beings. As case managers, we will give each case manager a certain number of these people to be responsible for, and they will replace the impaired or inabilities of those with the Popper genes with their wisdoms and capabilities, and they will manage these problem creatures to reduce the negative impact on the broader society. And they will operate and continue to do this until the solution of sterilization takes full effect and there are no longer poor people or indigenous people. So case managers are created and case management agencies, not with the ideas that you help people live better lives, but you are what I would call a bulwark between the poor and privileged societies until such time as you are no longer needed. And that idea of what we call the modern welfare state spreads through the Beveridge Report and becomes the basis for the American welfare system, the Canadian welfare system, all of the Western society welfare systems look the same. When Elizabeth, who's my colleague and co-founder at Pale Blue, traveled for us to Bulgaria a few weeks ago, she met with 66 countries, with the UN, with the WHO, with the EU, about similar problems, and I mentioned that to make a point. What do Elizabeth or I know about Bulgarian social services? We don't know much about Bulgarian social services except for one thing. We know what the Bulgarian system's built on because it's built on the same one that we're built on. They're all built on the same thing. If you want to understand, if I go from one county to another in the United States to look at child welfare issues, what do I know about Mendocino County? I don't know anything about Mendocino County except for it's beautiful to drive through, but I know what the system is because they all were built the same way. And I can see the same problems repeated from one place to another, to another, to another, despite the fact the other thing I see, which is where I'm going to end this part, is I also see something else. I see rooms full of dedicated, caring people, took your one sacred life to do this instead of something else, because you actually do think that you're here to make a difference, don't you? So both things can be true at the same time, that we can have armies of caring, capable, deeply committed people working hard every day against these very problems, and yet we've got these people working in a system that doesn't even know its own history. Because the history's in Sacramento and you're waiting for it to come here and fix things. Or worse, in Washington. Not the Washington I live in, DC. Yeah. So you getting the picture, right? Just understand this notion of what I'm working towards is just keep listening to the stories, keep looking for how power's operating and who power's operating, and where it leaves you. So I think I'm gonna just say this and then we'll take a break and give you guys a chance to move your cars if you need to. So we're gonna come back together and we're going to change directions. We're gonna go in a different direction. We're gonna try to use a different lens to view our opportunities than we're used to. And I'm going to make an argument with this slide that, especially if you work around child protection and mental health, because our mental health system is strongly, both have been described by critics as being carceral structures, right? Meaning, what they mean is that both systems connect to the court. And the reason they connect to the court is that we can use the court to abridge people's rights. In the case of child welfare, to right to parent your children, and in mental health, to the right to self-determination, meaning we can suspend your rights and lock you in a hospital. Does that make sense? We can, in some jurisdictions, I think this is what might be beginning to happen here in California, not only can we restrict what you can do when we put you in the hospital, we can restrict what you do while you're in the community, or else we'll put you in the hospital. These are carceral designs, right? So what I'm not going to do, because we're also familiar with this, is I'm not going to take a judicial constitutional viewpoint, not because it's unimportant, but because you understand it. You are very familiar with the judicial constitutional way of thinking if you work around public welfare programs. I'm not going to take a rights-based lens approach. I'm not going to talk about people have rights to do things or they don't have rights to do things. Not because rights are unimportant, but because you're familiar with a rights-based approach. You're experts in it. You don't need to hear more about that from me. What I'm going to do instead is offer a health lens to view the very same circumstances and get to very different places. And so we're going to do that. Begin to do that right after the break, which is so 15 minutes, and then we'll restart, okay? Thank you. So we're going to just set a little more context. The morning today is context setting, and then the rest of our time together is actually trying some practices that you could experience, and if you find them useful, you can begin using them Friday. Our goal is, again, to kind of move people to action, to think about the doing of things rather than just the thinking about things. So I want to give you, I want to begin to move you into a health perspective, but I'm going to do it in a kind of abrupt way. Normally, Liz and I typically do this content over 4 to 5 days, and we're going to do it in 2. So I'm going to have to cut some corners, which means it can get a little bumpy. So this next part's going to get a little bit bumpy. I want to warn you that we're going to talk about health. We're going to talk about a particular group of humans and their health. And as you listen to this, you may very quickly start thinking about your own health experiences and health experiences of people you know. I just want to be upfront with you that will probably come up. The good news is where we're really headed is to that healing work. We're going to get to making some sense around this concept of healing. Part of what I'm trying to do is set the context to do what I mentioned earlier with Father Boyle when he talks about healing is a assessment of health, not a destination. I'm setting the context for a different way to assess health, a different way to think about how health works. Our health care industry in this United States has not taught people how our health works. It's taught us how their system works and how much you need to pay for it. We don't know a lot. Most of us don't know a lot about how our health works. And so I want to give you some insight. I want to also just use this moment to acknowledge what I love about the connection between myself and the Mendocino First Five, because one of the things that becomes so clear is the importance of understanding early childhood experiences, because to understand adult health, you have to understand about child development. You have to understand how these things connect powerfully. And so we'll get onto it. So the first thing, so this is the hard part. So any of you, if you work in child welfare, this may be particularly uncomfortable. So this is some data I'm going to talk to you about. This is a study that was released initially in 2020 and then was updated in 2021. It was done by the University College London and King's College London working together. It is largely, although not completely, a replication of prior studies, which is important when you're looking at at least the narrative of science, which is only one narrative. One of the things, of course, we want to look for is we don't want to get too excited about individual studies. We get more interested where multiple studies have been happening and where they demonstrate a similar finding, because it suggests that they're more valid. So this is a study done in England and Wales. And previously, this design of study had been done in Sweden, Denmark, in the kind of Nordic countries, and then this is the first one that was done in England. This is an evaluation that looks at using administrative data to begin with. It looks at every person in England and Wales from 1971 to 2011 that had an encounter with the child protection system, and it led to one of three experiences, which one would be that encounter led to forcible removal and placement in foster care or in institutions. The second group are people that encountered as children child welfare, were removed from their parents, but they were placed into kinship care. So usually grandparents, but sometimes other relatives, but they were never placed in foster care or an institution. And the third group are children who encountered child welfare who were not placed with kin or foster care, but they either stayed with their parent or they went to the other parent. Okay, so there's three groups here: the foster care cohort, the kinship cohort, and the staying with the parent cohort. And what it does is it looks at what happens to their health over up to 30 years later. So in the oldest of these groups, typically by the time the last report is, they're 49-year-olds typically. So they're removed as children, and in the last part of this group, they're old enough that they're interviewed as 49-year-olds, talking about their perspective about their health. And that's an important piece here. It's not what their doctor said, or they didn't take them to a clinic and do an assessment on them. They interviewed these people who had these experiences for them to say how they believe that their physical and social health was. Does that make sense? So it's their report. It's important to note, by the way, you might think to yourself, well, wouldn't it have been more accurate if they brought them into the clinic and they worked them up? Maybe, I don't know, but I do know this. The research we have on the validity of self-reports by people about their overall health and well-being, there's very strong validity in that data. People are actually quite good at pretty accurately describing general state of health when you ask them. So we have good data to believe that people are good sources of information about their overall sense of health and well-being. So if they say it, it's probably true. And that's the presumption here. The second part we're going to talk about in a minute is we're going to talk about mortality. So they're obviously in a sample of people in England and Wales from 1971 to 2011. Some of them died, and we're going to look at what happened to the ones who died, and also we're going to look at if there's anything we can learn about the prevalence rates and mortality in this population that was a unique contribution in this study that had not been done previously. So, and I'm going to use the data to illustrate my point, a little bit of a different insight into how health works than you might be used to hearing. So the first group we're going to look at are people between 1971 and 2011 who encountered a child protection investigation and were forcibly separated from their parents by Child Protective Services. And we're going to look at 10 years after these people leave the care systems situation. Typically, these are people who are going to be around age 28 to 29. And I should point out, these are everyone in England and Wales who had these experiences, not a sample. So every person who was placed in foster care between 1971 and 2011, every person put in a children's home, every person who went to kinship care, every person who went, we're looking at all of them. I'm sure there could be some that couldn't be located, but it'd be a very small number. So it's really significant. The adults who were placed as children in foster care or children's homes, what did they say? Those who were interviewed 10 years after their care experiences reported, 40% of them reported that they were what they called, what was the word they used? They described it as very poor health. So in England, when people talk about their health, generally speaking, there's two ways they will talk about their health. They will say they are feeling poorly, which means like you have a flu or a cold or COVID, and you would say you were feeling poorly. If you said you were in very ill health, you would mean that you're involved with a healthcare provider and you're chronically sick. So in the United States, the language we use for this is chronic disease or chronic illness, and chronic illness means an incurable illness, usually stress-related incurable illnesses. So what do we see? 40%, meaning 4 out of 10. This is not a likelihood they would become. 4 out of 10 of them are living with at least one incurable disease by 10 years after they leave care, meaning they're about 28 to 29 years old. Let me connect that to a little bit of US data from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the National Institute of Health. So we know, because the National Institute of Health reported on this, that when they looked at the health status of 26-year-olds who grew up in foster care or residential care, one of the findings was that 50% of them have subclinical heart disease by the time they're 26. So subclinical heart disease simply means that there's not enough disease process evidence to be diagnosed with heart disease, but they have presence of plaques and pitting and scarring in their circulatory system that would be associated with a subclinical disease. You would not tend to expect, if you looked at what you would expect in the general population for subclinical heart disease, you would generally not expect to see that in the general population until their 4th or 5th decade of life. So you would typically not see this until they're in their 40s to 50s. If you think about the president-elect, I just remember his medical records from the last time he was in office. He talked about himself being in really, really good health, but his information that was released showed that he had significant preclinical heart disease at the time. So he wasn't diagnosed with heart disease, he was about to be diagnosed with heart disease. And that's because we can see subclinical heart disease in people. It's not like a mental health diagnosis. If you think about what is conduct disorder, here's the answer: it's not anything. What is heart disease? That's a thing, because we can see it, we can measure it, and we can sometimes treat it. You can actually see it's a thing, where conduct disorder is not a thing. There's no thing to be seen. It's a description of something. It doesn't mean anything other than it describes a category of behaviors. You see the difference? So when we look at heart disease as a measure, that's important because it's actually a thing. Chronic diseases are actually a thing. We know what they are, and we can see them. So 4 out of 10, by 10 years after leaving care, have at least one incurable chronic condition, according to their own report. By the time we see them at age 49, 85% are living at least with one incurable chronic condition, almost 9 out of 10. Not the risk of having them, they have them. That's staggering. The second group, comparatively, are people who were removed from their parents but placed with their grandma or placed in another kind of kin situation. By 10 years after leaving grandma's house, if they left, 21% report living with a chronic condition. So that's almost a 50% reduction on the group that went to foster care in 10 years just by going to grandma instead of going to a foster parent. By 30 years, 43% of them are living with a chronic condition. Again, if they'd gone to foster care, it was 85%. So in this case, we see a more than 50% reduction in living with and managing a chronic disease because they went to grandma's house instead of going to a safe foster parent's house. I want you to begin thinking, as I'm sharing this with you, start thinking about why, how, what the hell's going on? What's going on in the body? What's going on in the brain that produces such a stark difference in terms of chronic disease experience by simply going to your grandma's house instead of going to a foster parent's house, or worse, going to a group home. The third group are children who were the subjects of investigations, but they were left with their parent, or they were placed with the other parent. And as you can see, by 10 years after leaving mom or dad's house, only 13% of them had a chronic disease. Remember, if they'd gone to foster care, it was 40%. If they went to granny's house, it was 21%. But if they stayed with their mom or their dad, it was only 13%. If they, and for those who stayed with their parents, by the time they're 49 years old, their chances of living with a chronic disease is only 21%. Remember, if they'd gone to a foster home, it was 85%. So what's really interesting is, one way I look at this is very interesting. One of the things that's been said about the theory of change in child welfare that comes from England, actually, from 400 years ago, was, this was said by Brian Samuels, who was he was the Children's Bureau Deputy Commissioner during the Obama administration, and Samuels famously said that the theory of change in child welfare was moving children from bad people to good people, and moving children from bad places to better places. Then he was connecting that to a 400-year-old thought process that goes back to the Poor Laws. This data turns that squarely on its head, because if you think that a measure of a good outcome is not living with a preventable chronic disease by the time you're 49 years old, the people who had the best outcomes are the kids who stayed with their parents, didn't go to better neighborhoods, and didn't go to better people. None of this data says that these people stayed safely in any of these places. They did not stay safely in foster care, nor were they necessarily unsafe in foster care. What the data suggests is it was probably both. That there were people who had the worst foster care experiences and people who had some of the best foster care experiences, but as a group, by the time they're 49 years old, almost 9 out of 10 of them are chronically sick, preventively so. If they went to grandma's house, you heard the data, that means some of them probably had, who's ever been associated with a case where the kin placement was harmful to the child? Raise your hand, please. Yes, me too. So what's this data saying? As a group, it means that some of these kids had terrible experiences in their kin placements, and some of them had extraordinary. The point is, this study does not differentiate between so-called safety or good experiences. It's all experiences. And when you look at all experiences at population, you get these results. So what does it mean? When California recently said, the CDSS said, that the intention of the state of California is to implement a kin-first system. Let me be clear, what does that mean? Not a foster care system. To replace the foster care system with a kin-first system. If you didn't get that memo, you should have. That's what they mean. Now you might begin to understand why California said we're going to have a kin first system instead of a foster care system, because one of the benefits would be that the so-called disease burden associated with foster and residential care would be replaced with the disease burden associated with kinship care, which would mean that we would reduce chronic disease by half by simply using relatives instead of foster parents, and worse, children's shelters and group homes. Does that make sense? There's a very straightforward reason. In March of this year, I was invited by the Biden administration, I don't know if you remember those guys, to come to a meeting at the White House. By the way, little secret, unless you're meeting with the president, the meeting's never at the White House. They just call it that. It's just a conference room in a building. And I was at the meeting, and it was the first ever what we called a kinship gathering, basically, hosted by the US government. And the first sentence out of the words of Jeff Hild, who at the time was the senior Biden person at the conference, was that the United States policy is to radically increase the amount of kinship care done and become a kin first system as a nation, not just as states. Why? Because the health data, the education data, the social data, the economic data says that these kids do substantially better in their adulthoods if they're raised in kinship care when they cannot stay with their parent than they do if they go to foster care or group homes. That's it. Let's do one more, and this next one is about mortality, and this is the one that'll begin to help you piece together what might be going on from a health lens. So this is some of the mortality data from the same study. So we just to be clear, if you don't know this, I want you to know about it. We know and have known for decades, and this data has been replicated across countries, that when we remove a child forcibly and place them into foster care, that there is an associated increased risk for the child dying within 1 year with doing that thing. If you take the kid away from their family and put them in a foster home, the risk for them dying within the first year increases to about 40, it increases by 44%. So first of all, the risk is actually low, fortunately, but it increases by 44% within the first year. This is looking at actual mortality data in that same cohort I was just talking about between 1971 and, in this case, 2001. So in 1971, there was a 44% increased mortality for children that were taken away from their families and put in the foster care system in the UK and Wales. It went up to a 97% increase in 1981. It went down slightly in 1991 to 94%. And then what the heck happened in 2001? It exploded to 361%. What the heck is going on there? And that is an interesting piece of story you really have to pay attention to make sense of this. What it is, I'll tell you what it is not, is it is not and by the way, these are deaths of children not living with their parents, meaning if we were talking about the same group of children and they'd been left with their parents, their likelihood of dying would have been considerably lower. Okay, so these are deaths associated with placement in the care system. But what's going on? And what I'm going to make an argument is just a little bit of history here that some of us lived through and some of you didn't. 1971, what could you say about the UK in 1971? And one thing you could say about the UK in 71 was arguably they were continuing to operate what we would call today a social democracy. In other words, they looked a lot like Denmark, they looked a lot like Sweden, they looked like these famous Nordic countries in that they had a very robust investment in the welfare state for families, still happening in the United Kingdom in 71. what happened by 1981. Some of you will know about this and some of you will remember it. There was an election in 1980 that brought about two world leaders that you've heard about. One was called Ronald Reagan and the other one was called Margaret Thatcher. And what happens by 1981 is something we call neoliberalism. And what some called the war on poor people, effectively. It's a little bit relatable to what I talked about earlier. Reagan and Thatcher come in and believe and have this neoliberal ideology that means that governments are too big, spend too much money, and restrict people's freedoms. And what we need to do is we need to make government smaller, and one of the ways to do that is to privatize what have been public goods. So utilities, water services, trash collection, anything that municipalities and governments have previously done can be done more efficiently and more cheaply by private industry. And they began systematically deconstructing government structures that had existed up to that point, including the welfare state. So that begins prior to 1980, and it began. And you can see the first big impact is this big change. And then let me tell you a little bit of less well-known history about Thatcher and Reagan. There's a story told about Thatcher. If you ask Thatcher when she was still living what she was most proud of about herself and her accomplishments when she was Prime Minister of the UK, what she said, and I'll make sense of it in a second for those of you who don't make the connection quickly, is she said what she was most proud of was Tony Blair. What Reagan might have said he was most proud of was Bill Clinton. So what are they saying? What they were most proud of is they convinced Clinton, who was a Democrat, and they convinced Tony Blair, who was a liberal Democrat, that they should persist with neoliberalism, that they should continue a war on the welfare state. So that's what she was most proud of, that she got Blair to do more than she even did to deconstruct and hollow out government structures. And Reagan was saying he got Clinton to do more of that than even he did. They so normalized it that both parties did it at the same time. So what explains these deaths, this huge increase? Here's what's happening. The children who entered the care system in 2001 were substantially more vulnerable and sicker than children who entered the care system in England and Wales in the prior decades. Meaning that life for them in their families was so much harder and worse than life had been in generations of families before them, that the effects of the distress and hardship on their developing brains and bodies, even that distress affecting development before they were even conceived, was so much measurably worse that by the time these kids were removed and entered the care system itself, they were substantially more vulnerable to all kinds of detrimental health outcomes, that their health had been fundamentally undermined and their development by the social and political conditions that they and their families were living in across the country. You probably don't, we do quite a bit of work in England, so I'm more familiar maybe than some of you might be with them, but I'll give you a way to think about England. If you think about London and the surrounding 5 counties, if you looked at the wealth in London and those 5 counties, they would be about the 27th richest country in the world. So that's London and the 5 kind of counties around it. If you looked at the rest of England, they look like Alabama. That's today. So the wealth disparity and class disparities in England make them look like Alabama when it comes to social policy and economic policy. Life became, and prior to 71, there was such a public investment in the differences in economic circumstances, that it buffered quite a bit of that hardship. But with Thatcher and the neoliberal project, they destroy that structure. And these kids continue to this day. I don't know if you know this, it was an article this year related to the last 14 years in England under conservative rule. If one of the ways you can tell this story is by just looking at how tall English kids are. It's what we call stunting. And so English kids in just the last decade are almost 2 inches shorter than other peer kids from other European countries as a group. This is a measure of stunting associated with distress in the society. By the way, American kids are shorter also, comparatively. We can see policy and politics literally live in the bodies of children if we're willing to look for it. We could see it, and we can talk about it, but we don't connect it to our politics and we don't connect it to our economics. What's going on? Why were these kids dying? They were much more likely to have chronic, the beginning stages of chronic disease already at work in their bodies and brains by the time they entered care at all. And here's the second part, and we'll talk more specifically as we go on. Here's the second part that we got to understand that does associate with operating a so-called care system, is this is not simply a story that I've told you up to the point. There's another thing. And the thing Liz and I like to talk about it, although she's much better at it because she's smarter than me, as a math challenge. And it's very simply math I can even do. I went to art school. She wanted to be a scientist, so she's just smarter. And you guys know the answer is 1 + 1 = 2, but not in the foster care system. Our working theory of change has been that 1 + 1 = 0. What do I mean? This first one, the bad things that happen to you in your family, they think is undone by the good things that will happen to you in our system. And the result is it'll take you back to a starting place, that you'll be fine. Does that make sense? We have a working theory for hundreds of years that all the bad things that happen to children are their parents' fault, and that the system makes that go away so that at the end you get in the Clinton administration, we called it the Adoption Safe Families Act. You get a kid with a clean slate ready to be adopted. That's not how health works. 1 + 1 is always 2, unless you're doing algebra. This is where I get weak. So Liz would do this better. 1 plus parentheses 2 + 3 =. And here's what I'm trying to get at here without giving you the answer. It's not just the social, political, and economic hardship conditions that were created and the increased vulnerability of children alone, although that is significant. It is the reality that these kids didn't just have those experiences. They, in addition, now got all of the experiences that come with being separated from your family, community, and culture and placed in stranger care. And I just did a consult on a British kid the other day. He had 50 caseworker changes in 10 years, 50 caseworker changes. I want you to think about the stress response reaction to your caseworker changing 50 times in your body and brain. I want you to think about not knowing if you're ever going to see your brothers and sisters again, if you live without your parent as though they were dead, but you know they are alive. We have a name for that. It's called ambiguous loss. A particularly hard thing for kids to navigate is you live as though your parent is dead, but you know they're living. And how do you make sense of it? And it's not just that any one of these things are going on, it's that all of these things are going on. Does that make sense? So the problem you see with these health outcomes is it's both things. It's the disadvantages associated with being cared for by the government and by industry, in addition to what happened in your first family and to your first family. It's both things. That what changes these health outcomes for kids later in life is not just what happened in their first family, it's what happened in their first family, their neighborhood, their community, their political advantages and disadvantages, and then added to this are the experiences they have in the care system. And it is both of these things that produce these different health outcomes for these kids. Now remember though, that the health outcomes for kids who went to kinship care were substantially better, and the ones who stayed with their parents were even better than that. What's going on there, that we have a name for, and you've heard it before, it's called buffering. In nature, there's a different way to think about it. I'll just say it in a simple way. Even plants know the difference between strangers and relatives. If you take, botanists have done this, let's take grass. If I take grass from a place, and I take it a mile down the road to another patch of grass, and I transplant this patch of grass from the other spot with this lawn, this grass is going to be more stunted, more likely to be diseased, and less likely to thrive, because even though it's also grass, it knows the difference between the grass it's related to and the grass it is not related to. And the other grass knows the difference and won't help you. Animals are similar and they know the difference. Humans are the same and we know the difference. Taking people out of their tribes, taking people out of their language, taking people out of their culture and transplanting them somewhere else is going to have consequences on them, in addition to the things that maybe were hard already. It's never going to be 1 + 1 = 0. It's always going to be algebra. It's always going to be, if you're forced to do an intervention where you're transplanting people with people they don't know, and cultures they don't belong in, and languages they don't recognize, you're going to get negative results, and you're not going to fix them with classes on managing checkbooks or independent living. You might be a kindness to somebody who you've done this to be able to extend foster care as California has done for them. It might be a kindness, because what would happen if you didn't? But that isn't an argument for that as best practice. It's an argument for doing a kindness for someone because there are consequences from the other thing that you did. We just saw a new study out of California last week on suicidality and people who age out of foster care. It's stunning. The suicide rate and the vulnerabilities for suicide in former youth in care who had extended care experiences in California, the suicide rate is above 40%, or suicide attempt rate is above 40% for that population. They may have benefited in some other ways from extending care, but it didn't address the underlying distress of being transplanted, of being through all of these processes. It just gives you some idea that what we want to make an argument about changing the way we think is to start thinking about policy, start thinking about practice, start thinking about organizing communities and what communities do, and learning from, if you would, the bodies of children, rather than learning from industries who have an interest in telling the best story about themselves. We have data available to us to use to make better decisions and write better policy, do collectively better things. We need to learn to use it. While Casey Family Programs has, I have some mixed feelings about those guys, even though I love them to death and they're my neighbors. There are a few things they've done that I like, and one of them was just a quote from one of their current leaders, David Sanders, who used to run the LA County child welfare system. And Sanders said very simply about the child welfare system in the United States, he said, we need to close the gap between what we do and what we know. We have a problem of doing things and not changing what we do, using what we know. And what I'm arguing to you locally is if you're waiting for the system in California to change, to begin doing what it knows, and if you're waiting for it to come from Sacramento, they're not coming. Because the people talking to people in Sacramento are the people who have an interest in continuing to do what we're doing. It's local people where it's personal that have an interest in closing the gap between what we know and what we do. I would argue what we need to do is make changes in communities and send the lessons we learn to Sacramento, not wait for Sacramento to send lessons here. Right? What are the opportunities in Mendocino County to create ways of doing and living together that produce better experiences for children and for families that we can then share with other counties, share with our state government, share with our federal partners. Those are I would just see it completely on its head. And one way you can do it is start tuning into what's happening in kids' brains and bodies and demonstrate it across their life course in terms of health, and also what you can do for people who are now adults who had these experiences as children. How do we work with them? And that is what I want to spend the rest of the time we have together doing, is modeling for you how might you do it? What would it actually look like if you were doing it? How would you think about this? How would you make sense of it? And what we've got is a whole series of what we call participatory methods that we've developed. And I'm going to have you practice with me applying them, but not just applying them. I'm going to ask you to begin the journey of doing it here in this county on the things that are happening here. I just don't want to make it hypothetical, right? I want to make it meaningful. The first step to doing that is just for us to make a list so that when we come back from lunch, we'll be able to organize around the list. And there's no particular order to this list, and there's no wrong answers, although some answers may be right than others, more right than others. The question I have for you guys to think about, and just I'll write them down as they come up, is let's try to create a list of up to 10 of what you would consider to be the most sort of challenging problems that you're collectively facing or seeing that families are facing and young people are facing in Mendocino County right now. What are when we were in Canada, the police chief said, "Oh, I know what that is." We call them the Big Five. And you won't be surprised that addiction, homelessness, mental health problems, family violence, and poverty were his Big Five. So he knew he and his officers faced the consequences of those failings in the society every day in their jobs. He knew exactly what they were. What would you say are the Big Five for this area? And remember, I can't hear, so you'll have to be a little loud.
Pretty much the same.
I didn't hear you.
They're the same.
They're the same. So you guys okay with what she's saying? Those are on the list? So we'll say mental health. I'm not writing them in any particular order. I'm going to write it differently. Distress, because health is not a problem. And then, is it housing or homelessness? What words would you use?
Homelessness.
I'm sorry, say it?
Homelessness.
Homelessness, okay. And would addiction be on your Big Five list? Yeah.
And I think housing in and of itself as well, regardless.
Homelessness and housing, yeah. I remember I mentioned Australia, 400, they have 460,000 new people who either came to the country or became adults in the last year, and they only made 110,000 new housing units. So are people homeless because they got a problem in their body, or because they built a society that doesn't build houses?
Built a society.
Do you see the difference, the way we're going to take this on? We're not going to I'm going to use my only swear word. We're not going to do the bullshit the next day, 2 days. Let's be honest about what's going on. If we're not building housing, if we're not creating the opportunity to have housing, then people will be unhoused. Just one point. So that's
Not
the...
just housing, it's affordable housing.
Exactly. Remember that the problem they have in Australia, remember I told you 25% of people own, or 1% of people own 25% of houses, and they paid premium prices for those houses because they could afford to. What did they do? They raised it. Actually, I think Australia now has the highest housing costs on the planet, because they were able to get the richest people, 1%, to pay premium rates so that people don't want to sell their houses to people like us because they can wait and get money from rich folks from them because they can get tax. And by the way, if they overpay, they pay the difference, they get the difference back in their tax refund. So it's set up to fail. I'm using them because I don't want to walk into American politics and do this. Mental and psychological distress, homelessness, and housing costs. We were in Stratford, Canada 2 weeks ago, and at the Child Protection Agency, and a big issue for their staff is they cannot afford to live in the community where they do child protection work. They cannot get housed. Same problem, cannot get housed. Addictions, how about family violence? And the fourth one was poverty. Okay, so we're going to come back and look at these after lunch. You're going to, what I'd like, I'm going to just give you some instructions now so when you come back you're ready. What we'd like just to make sure you're sitting at least with one other person or in a group, because what we'd like you to do is look at these things and the methods I'm going to show you as a group, not feel alone with it. We're going to stop, we're going to work together at decolonizing our practice by not allowing ourselves to work alone with problems, to actually put time on our calendars to be together. The other thing I'd like to encourage you to do is if you recognize people in the room who work somewhere other than where you work, try to sit with them. We want to get people working across systems together, not just hanging out with the usual suspects. Okay, we try to mix it up a little bit. Let me see if there's anything. I want to talk about this. You can't read this. Terrible color for a slide. It says on seeing. And I want to say some people, probably just a couple of you, might know my name from work that I did that was research that's known as something called family finding. I want to explain that for a minute before we wrap up for lunch. The reason it's called family finding was the research that I did that I started in 1999, the development on in Washington State, was a response to something that I had experienced. I not only have I worked in child welfare, I was also a foster parent. So I had particular kids I had as a foster parent were teenagers. And my experience, particularly with complex needs teenagers, as a foster parent would be that I would get a call from the state agency, in our case we're a state-run system, and they would say, hey, I've got Josh here, he's 15, he's been my new best friend for the last 2 days because he failed out of his last 3 placements and nobody will take him. Would you be dumb enough to take him to your house? And of course I said absolutely yes, because my belief was to be unconditional. Just, you don't say no, you say yes, which is why they call me a lot. But the thing they would also say to me invariably about Josh, I'm looking at this table, is there other tables of child protection people here? Are you guys the only one? Okay, good. I'm going to keep looking at both of you because I'm looking to see if you can relate. But what they would also say about Josh, somehow they would be saying to me, this is Josh and he's got nobody. Can he come to your house? That's kind of the message. And so the research I did was actually really a simple idea. I kept hearing about these teenagers that had nobody and other children. And I thought, is that really true? And the reason I did, I'm actually from California. I don't know if that's a good thing to say or not. I'm from Los Angeles County. And most of my relatives still live there. And I grew up, I had, some of you will relate to this, I had, I think my mom had 11 siblings and my dad had 12. And I had 78 first cousins. And I had, and all of my aunts and uncles married at least once. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I had a really, really big family, and I grew up knowing all of them. We had I know this is a little bit edgy, but I mean it. Our saying in our families, if we knew what caused it, we'd stop doing it, right, when it came to having a lot of kids. And, but here's the point. I grew up around all these people. Like my parents called it a vacation. It was actually called respite care when they shipped us off to the auntie's house to be farm labor for them during the summers, every summer. So I grew up in this big family. So it was very weird for me to meet Josh and be told that he had nobody. But I, you know what the real message there is, they're saying to me how important I am. You know, Josh has got nobody, but at least you'll take him. But my research question was, is it really true Josh has got nobody? And so we constructed a research project, and the long story short, we ended up looking at 50,000 young people across 40 states and one Canadian territory over 10 years, extensively across California, because you guys were easy to get to. And we found that the typical Josh had between 100 and 300 living adult family members, conservatively. We also found that even though Josh may have never known these people, and some of them didn't even know he existed, especially if they were paternal relatives, because we also said Josh didn't have a dad. Have you ever met a kid without a dad? We say they don't have a dad. I work for the Catholics. That one was easy. There was only that one time, they said, where somebody didn't have an earthly father. Every other time they did. So we'd go out and find Josh's dad, which meant then we'd find his mother, and his mother finds, you know, hey, congratulations, Grandma, you have a bouncing baby 14-year-old grandson named Josh. Because nobody, Dad, including Dad, told her. And sometimes Dad didn't know, and sometimes he just didn't tell her, because he didn't want to tell his wife at the time. You know, it gets complicated. So the point is that we found 5 to 8 of these relatives, even if they never knew Josh existed, practically came running, wanting to know what they could do in Josh's life. And unfortunately, that's where the story gets more complicated, because it turns out that they might have come running, but most of the time what they encountered was that they were in fact unwelcome, because the agency that had Josh said, Josh needs treatment for his conduct disorder, a thing that is actually not a thing. And he needs that treatment so badly that you couldn't possibly place him with his relatives. He needs to be in this special foster home. He needs to be with an FFA that does treatment foster care. He needs to be in a group home. He needs to go to a residential facility. Does this sound familiar at all? Oh, by the way, he was in those places and he committed a crime, and now he's in the juvenile justice system. And he can't go anywhere until the judge says he can go. Does that sound right? These people are effectively unwelcome in the process. And I'm telling you that story to make a point, which is what people know me for, is this thing called family finding, and that's what some agencies call what they do. In fact, as I said, Davis now has the Center on Excellence and Family Finding. But I want to tell you, as the author of that work, that it was never about finding people, because what I found is their relatives actually weren't hiding. We didn't find relatives to be hiding. We find relatives who felt like they never got a phone call, they never got a letter, and when they called to find out, their calls didn't get returned. Or if they did get returned, they might have gotten involved in a process that led to them being excluded because they couldn't pass a home study, etc., all of those kind of problems. Now that's all stuff in the past. I can tell you, I told you when I was in DC in March, one of the reasons that the Biden administration had the event was to announce new federal policy that had been completed. It began during the end of the last Trump administration and continued in the Biden administration, and that was to create an entirely separate approach to home studies and approvals for relatives of kids from the foster care system. And that was completed late last year, and in March, they were announcing not only that it was in effect, but we had examples of jurisdictions that were already successfully implementing it, including, by the way, there were 3 tribes. There were more tribes that had implemented already than there were states by far, including some of the tribes in my neighborhood. Let me, just before we quit in just a couple minutes for lunch, and give you an example of a difference. That was a story that came up there that I had been involved with. There was a young person when he was 2. He was separated. He was being severely neglected by a very unwell parent, and he was removed. And they called his grandma. He's an African American 2-year-old, and they called his grandma and said, "Hey, because the law says you have to." And they call grandma, and she says, "Bring him over." I mean, absolutely. Problem with grandma is that she's low income and she lives in a 1-bedroom apartment. What grandma said was, "Bring him over, he can have my bedroom, I'll just sleep on the couch." The Child Welfare Agency said, "Sorry, that doesn't meet licensing standards, you can't do it." Fast forward 13 years, and the next time you hear about this kid, he's now 15, and he's been in a hotel for a year at a cost of $1 million a year, being supervised by the local agency, and he's had 29 institutional placements. The regulation change that was being announced by the federal government was, today, if you adopt those regulations and you call grandma and she says, "Bring him over, I'll sleep on the couch, he can have my bed," they're bringing him over. Because there was never a good reason to do what they did, and you can look at what the subsequent consequences and costs were in that particular story. But the point is that we shouldn't be treating relatives like we're treating commercial service providers who get paid a lot of money. Additionally, the change was that the states now can do 4E, 4B claiming, so get federal money, and they have the permission to get that federal money and use it to support grandma economically, so that she could possibly have the funds to not have to sleep on the couch longer, that she could get something with more space when it's available to her, or she could buy a different kind of bed to make it work in her house. I just want to point out, as we go off to lunch, things have changed since I did my first research, when we continue to do that, and at least now, in the last year, that we have new opportunities to practice differently. I'll finish by why I told you that story. Is the work I did didn't teach us how to find people. It's teaching us a different way to learn to see people. To see, remember the health story I was telling you? Do you see how much this grandmother's relationship might have protected the long-term health of this young person I'm telling you about, who's been in that hotel now at a cost of $1 million a year, had 28 institutional places, all the harm that was done to him? That was preventable. And probably the most important person that would have made a difference was the very person who offered to take him to begin with, who we couldn't see or refused to see. And that's not about a philosophy, that's about evidence, right? So let's stop, and when we come back, we'll do some work at the tables. We'll come back at 1 o'clock after your lunch break, okay? Thank you. Yeah. I do want to clarify, on this health stuff that I present, I will and have tried to talk about that from a particular viewpoint. And the particular viewpoint that you're about to hear is very specifically from a so-called so-called science perspective, I do want to be careful here to be clear that I'm offering a science perspective because it's something we hear about in common. However, it shouldn't be understood to mean that these particular stories are is the only claim to truth. There are many ways that we come to know things. The scientific process is one of them, but it's not the only one. To make a point, I was in Hawaii a couple of years ago at a meeting with the state, and there was an elder from the Native Hawaiian community in the state meeting who was listening to the state people make these claims about so-called, I know you've never heard this one before, evidence-based models, as though it had, replaced their Bible. And this woman made this really important statement that I appreciated very much, that I'll pass on to you, when she respectfully and humbly, but fiercely, said to the state of Hawaii people, she said, Hawaiian people are scientists. She said, Hawaiian people have been scientists. We have experience learning how the world works and making sense of it. And our people are scientists. And that means that the things that we author are also science and need to be included when you think about policies and what informs you. In other words, stop making these exclusive claims that do something that's going to be in the second video that I'm going to show you. So I want to clarify, I'm going to show you something that's very specifically science-based, but I want to be clear, I'm using it to tell a story, not the story. It's a story. In our practice, we talk about the idea of the goal is to welcome multiple stories. So when you work with families and you work with young people and adults, the goal is not to have a story of who people are or what has happened to them. It's to welcome many stories. The goal is welcoming many stories. We are better served together by welcoming many stories, hearing lots of perspectives. And so I want to be really clear. This video, which you can see is a few years old, Jack Shonkoff is a pediatrician. And Shonkoff, for those who work in the First Five world, is a superhero. I even said to him once that if our society were actually rational, kids would be raised playing with Jack Shonkoff dolls instead of G.I. Joes. And their heroes would be pediatricians instead of soldiers in that particular way. But Jack is a lovely man who I respect a great deal. He recently stepped into a new role, but after 20 years of leading something called the Center on the Developing Child at Harvard. And a few years ago, what Jack and I had in common, actually this is 2019, and I apologize because it's a really unfortunate chapter in American history fairly recently, but I don't tell you this story to talk about the politics of it, but to look at this opportunity from Jack's perspective of using a scientific perspective to think about how health works in children and how it shapes the life course. So you may remember, and we may be seeing this again soon, unfortunately, but you'll remember what was called the zero tolerance executive order during the Trump administration that resulted in the forcible separation of parents from their babies and young children at the border. And that's what Jack is talking about here in his testimony to Congress. One of the things that was really remarkable, I thought, to see as a response to this policy was not just the fact that most Americans, regardless of their support or lack of support for the president at the time, thought this was wrong. More than 70% of Americans said this shouldn't be happening, which rarely happens these days. But this was interesting because what we got to see was the scientific community coming together collectively and saying it was wrong, not politically wrong, but wrong because it was deeply harmful to children and their parents. And Jack is going to spend like 5 minutes just sharing a perspective about why it's wrong that I think he does beautifully, and I think you'll find it very useful. Where Jack and I connected here and my particular connection was here in California, was that there were 3 mothers who had their babies taken from them on the California border, who filed a lawsuit against the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and others in the Central District Federal Court in Los Angeles. They were not, their lawsuit was not about whether or not they should have been forcibly separated, because that lawsuit had already been litigated by the American Civil Liberties Union. Their lawsuit was that their babies had been harmed, that their development had been severely disrupted, and it would have consequences for them that couldn't be ignored. I got a call when they filed the lawsuit about it, and then I called Bruce Perry, who's a friend of mine, and then I called a couple other folks here in California, and the 4 of us got involved as experts in the litigation in support of these 3 women and their children. The result of that lawsuit was the administration settled with these parents rather than going to trial, and the federal court certified it as a class action suit and identified about 7,000 families who were in the class who had their children taken. And the purpose of the lawsuit was not only for us to demonstrate the underlying science to prove the harm, but it was also to say the government then perpetrated this harm knowingly and therefore is responsible to fix it. And that's what the class action became. And I worked with a place called the Seneca Center, which is here in California, and we trained hundreds of clinicians across the United States whose job it was to try to go into the community and outside the United States where necessary and find those families that had their children taken and offer them a whole variety of supports in an effort to heal the disrupted development that happened to their children and also to parents. And we're continuing that work now. Under the Biden administration, we made changes from things that we learned in the first iteration, and that work is ongoing. We may need to go back to court and do this again in the near future, and we're prepared to do it. But the reason that we won the lawsuit is the science is incredibly compelling and really useful. And so I want to share this with you because it's a different way of telling some of the story I've been telling today. And again, I think multiple stories are really useful. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to listen to Dr. Jack, and then we'll look after that at another perspective. So.
Trying to get Ranking Member Guthrie, members of the subcommittee. I want to thank you also for myself for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Jack Shonkoff. I'm a professor in child health and development at the Harvard Chan School of Public Health and the Graduate School of Education, and professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, and I direct the Center on the Developing Child at Harvard University. I'm a pediatrician by training, and my work is focused on early life influences on learning, behavior, and health. I took the liberty, I promised I would not exceed my time, but I cut 2 paragraphs out of my prepared remarks because they've been said by everybody who's spoken here this morning. So what I want to do is take a chance on using this opportunity to give you a deeper understanding of what the term toxic stress means. It's been mentioned a great deal. I'm going to give you a deeper understanding of that. And my testimony is based on strong scientific consensus from decades of scientific research. And this is not about a single study, but it's the consensus in the scientific community. Sudden forcible separation of children from their parents is deeply traumatic for both the child and the parent. But above and beyond the distress we see on the outside, this triggers a massive biological stress response inside the child, which remains activated until the parent returns and provides some sense of comfort. Without exaggeration, there are literally thousands of studies that have converged on the following 2 simple, basic core scientific concepts. Number 1, a strong foundation for healthy development in young children requires a stable, responsive, and supportive relationship with at least one parent or primary caregiver. And the second concept is that high and persistent levels of stress activation, known as toxic stress, can disrupt the architecture of the developing brain and other biological systems, which I will say a little bit about in a moment, with serious negative impacts on learning, behavior, and lifelong physical and mental health, not just mental health. So early experiences are literally built into our brains and our bodies from the beginning. Stable and responsive relationships promote healthy brain development. They establish well-functioning immune and metabolic systems and cardiovascular systems, and they strengthen the building blocks of resilience. If these relationships are disrupted, young children are hit by the double whammy of a brain that is deprived of the positive stimulation it needs and is assaulted by a stress response that disrupts its developing circuits. When any of us feels threatened, our body's stress responses are activated. Heart rate and blood pressure go up. Stress hormone levels are elevated. Blood sugar rises, and inflammatory responses are mobilized. This is the fight or flight response. And every one of us knows what it feels like physically to be optimally stressed out. And I want to repeat that. The toxic stress response is what everybody here understands. When you are most stressed, you know what you feel physically. We all know what that feels. This response is automatic, and it's essential for survival. It is built into our biology, but it is designed to go back to normal when the threat is over. And if the sense of danger continues, the ongoing activation of the stress response system shifts from being protective and allowing us to deal with threat to becoming disruptive and outright damaging over time. For example, persistently elevated stress hormones can disrupt brain circuits that affect memory and the ability to focus attention and regulate behavior. Excessive inflammation and metabolic responses to stress in childhood increase the risk of heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, stroke, various forms of cancer, as well as depression and vulnerability to addictions in the adult years. A number of people have alluded to this. It's not magic. We are opening up this black box. We are beginning to understand what is it about all of this constant stress. It makes you more at risk for heart disease decades later. It's because the underlying biology is what is happening in these insurance systems. Unlike positive or tolerable stress, which can build resilience, excessive, prolonged toxic stress has lifelong consequences. So what I want to do is conclude by sharing with you how these scientific principles that I just described provide a powerful framework for understanding the damage caused by the current family separation policy. All children who are abruptly separated from familiar caregivers at the border experienced overwhelming stress. Will some survive without significant problems? The answer is yes. Will many be seriously impaired for the rest of their lives? The answer again is yes. The biology of adversity suggests three factors that influence who is at greatest risk. The first is age. Younger children are the most vulnerable because their brain circuitry and other biological systems are relatively underdeveloped, and they are the most dependent on adult caregivers. The second is previous harm from adversity. Many people have alluded to this. The pileup of stress on children who are already compromised shifts the odds against them even further. Intentionally withholding the most powerful healing intervention we could possibly offer, the care of their parents when children are in danger, goes against everything that science tells us, everything. The third reason for variation in outcomes is the duration of separation, and that's the part that I want to leave you with. Toxic stress is a ticking clock, and prolonged separation inflicts increasingly greater harm as each week goes by. From a scientific perspective, the initial separation and the lack of rapid unification are both highly indefensible. Forcibly separating children from their parents is like setting a house on fire, and prolonging that separation is like blocking the first responders from doing their job. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll start this one in a second. Couple things. It was remarkable to see the scientific community together, stand up, use the science, and take a position about what was wrong with that policy. Not a political position, a position from a health perspective, right? And it was profound to see that. What I remain a little bit disappointed by is that somehow we could clearly see in that context, we could accept the information, and yet we were really uncomfortable in asking the question, in the child protection context, how is domestic removals any better? From the children's bodies don't care what the politics are. They don't care what the context is. They care about surviving, and they connect their understanding of survival in their bodies to what is happening to their parents, for better or for worse. And I just think that's a clear message I want you to take away. It's to me, remember, the idea here was not a rights-based presentation or a judicial constitutional presentation. What if we look at the challenges through the lens of health? What if we particularly look at the challenges through the lens of development and health to shape our ideas about what do we build instead? Remember, I'm an alternativist, I haven't earned the right yet to be an abolitionist, but I'm working on it. I'm an alternativist. What do we build instead starts with why are we building it and what would it do? And I think one of our North Stars is, what do children's brains and bodies tell us? What do their lives tell us? We know what thriving children look like. We know what distressed kids look like. What kind of community do we want to live in? Those are, to me, just fundamental questions, okay? So this is a scientific perspective, but I want to be really clear that there are many perspectives, and I just thought I would share part of this next film. I know it's really, we're all so well trained to watch content that when we break the rules, it's upsetting. And the rule I'm going to break is we're not going to watch the whole thing because it goes on for an hour. But I will give you the link and you can watch it when you're ready to. I just really want to watch maybe the first 10 minutes of this. And the person who's going to talk, some of you might have met or have talked with or heard from. His name is Terry Cross, and Terry formerly founded the National Indian Child Welfare Association in Portland. Terry is a member of the, what tribe? We'll hear in a minute in his introduction, but he's from the Seneca Nation in upstate New York. He effectively now is a consultant. He's retired, and he's an emeritus supporter of NICWA's work. But this is a talk that he gave in 2017 in Canada it's a conference that is held in Canada every year, but it's a conference called Gathering Wisdom. And it's a conference organized by and attended by First Nations people across Canada, particularly those involved in communities where the child welfare system in Canada has harmed them historically from their perspective. So what I like about their conference is that the conversation and the tenor of the conversation is very different than going to a mainstream industry conference. They get very plain and very plain spoken about what's going on, and they don't have to give some white guy back rub before they say something. They just say what they need to say, and I'm going to let him say what he needs to say. But I want to offer that he's going to offer an indigenous perspective that's critically important in this conversation and needs also to be given weight. And he's also going to offer a perspective about why we don't easily do that I think is worth remembering. Because some of the things that I'm going to talk to you about, I think later you may find yourself trying to make meaning of it and running into some of the things you've been taught to think that make it hard. And I just thought Terry could help us all with that if we could watch him for a few minutes, if that's okay. So we're going to watch Terry.
Our next speaker, Terry Cross, is a Seneca, and as a Mohawk, we share a birthright as members of the Six Nations or Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And so we are relatives. And his traditional name is Anegano, which is water watcher. And He has, for over 30 years, he helped found the National Indian Child Welfare Association in the United States, served as its executive director for 30 years, put in place an actual, real live 4-year succession training and mentoring process for the new executive director, and continues to serve as the senior advisor. And so please help me welcome my relative, and to help us carry the water of our work, so to speak, Terry Cross.
I'm assuming that my PowerPoint will be up here. Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here and to be witness to the events. And I hope that my words this morning will do justice to what you've already heard, because this is, we're in important territory. This is an important conversation about the social determinants of health. And we're going to talk a little bit about the context that we're all in. And I want to set the frame by talking about what I see as the 5 conditions for any colonial power to achieve and maintain and sustain dominance over the indigenous population. So first of all, they've got to take the land. And second of all, take control of the natural resources, particularly food and water. Now this is a pattern that's been repeated all around the world, wherever colonialism was manifest. Because if you can control the food and the water, you can largely control the people. You have to take away the sovereignty or disrupt the leadership and the governance of the indigenous people. Most often it's treated like it doesn't exist. But you usurp the sovereignty and say you have to live under our governance. The fourth item here is that you have to take away the legitimacy of thought, of worldview, of spirituality, of language, and of healing practices. And say, your way of thinking is no longer legitimate. You have to operate by our way of thinking. And finally, they have to take away the children. Because taking away the children so disrupts the social fabric of any society that it's awfully hard to recover. It breaks down the social norms. People don't act very well when they don't have children present. It disrupts family. It disrupts the norms of society. It disrupts health, creating those social determinants that we see in our society today. So taken together, these 5 elements of colonization create an environment that I guarantee will make people sick. Because this is an environment of trauma. This is an environment where things can go so terribly wrong that we experience trauma on a daily basis. Whether it's the residential school experience, these pictures are from the United States, we share that experience across the border, or whether it's in the form of the loss of languages or the loss of lifeways, or we end up with a system with a set of symptoms resulting from this colonial experience. And I believe we live in a post-colonial society. We live in constant environment in which the dynamics generated by this colonial history still operate with us. And that post-colonial environment is characterized by intergenerational trauma, bilateral oppression and violence in our own communities, internalized racism, and self-blame. You see, those 5 elements of colonization are based in a lie. They're based in the great colonial lie. And the great colonial lie is it's okay to take what belongs to other people, whether it's land or governments or children. It's simply wrong. And it was justified by the doctrine of discovery and the United States Manifest Destiny or whatever law was used to justify it was wrong. We have been treated as subhuman beings. That is a lie. And the lie has been so thoroughly perpetrated on our people that sometimes we start to believe it. And so when we start to believe it, and there's not much we can do about it, we often turn on one another. And so identity politics is part of this post-colonial society, where we argue about who's really in and who's out. I talked about the dismembership of social norms. Our societies were some of the healthiest societies in the world, both physically and emotionally, because we had cultural teachings that taught us how to live, how to be with one another. You heard about them here. And culture is so much more than the outward things that we can see. Culture is what lives in our hearts and how we treat one another. But a colonial society that's based in a credo of greed, of taking what doesn't belong to you, of establishing dominance and control, it eats at the heart of people who know the right way to live. We are not stupid people. We are not lesser beings. There is nothing wrong with indigenous people. We are peoples who are survivors of cultural genocide. And what we see manifest today is the product of trauma. The adverse childhood experiences that we understand today are directly generated through that colonial experience and manifested today in the form of child abuse, violence against women, violence against one another, lateral oppression, oppression by mainstream, discrimination, prejudice, you name the whole long list. And you end up with those social determinants of health bearing down on us in a way what causes us to be sick. Ada Newbreast from the Blackfeet Nation has said, colonization dismembered our culture, dismembered our people, dismembered our families. Our job is remembering.
I'm going to stop there. You heard me say that earlier. I asked you guys what are the top challenges in the community. You said mental and psychological distress, homelessness, housing availability, costs, addictions, family violence, poverty. I'm going to argue these are not the problems in your community. These are the consequences of the problems of your community. And the first step to constructing a system that works is to define what the problems are instead of what the consequences are. We know what the consequences are. What we've seen in this society is because we have persistently taught people to think that these are the problems, is we've created a response to each of these problems that's called an industry. We have a mental health industry as a result of calling that the crisis we face. Mental health emergencies are the result of something. They are not the problem, even though they're distressing. You get the point, what I want to get. We're going to get to work in our groups and we're going to look at these issues, but I want to challenge you to practice thinking a bit differently as we look at each of these things at your table. We're going to look at, if this is the consequence, what in fact is the problem. Let me give you an example of doing this a couple of weeks ago in Arizona with a person who runs one of the offices at the Navajo Nation there. And the particular office that she runs is Office of Alternative Fuels. Well, what that's about is, I don't know how much you know about the Navajo reservation itself, but the reservation is as big as West Virginia. So first of all, it's massive. The other is it's reasonably remote. And then from an infrastructure standpoint, if you go on the reservation and travel around, you'll notice that a very large percentage of Navajo members live in very remote parts of the reservation without running water, without electricity, without paved roads. And so the office that she runs is really important because they've got to find alternative ways to get energy resources to families so they can cook, so they can have lighting, so that they can be warm. And her concern to me was, we never have enough alternative. We don't have enough firewood. We don't have enough propane gas. We don't have enough of these things to get to everyone who's in need, which is absolutely true, right? It's absolutely true that they're struggling to have enough bottled gas and enough firewood and other resources. Not to mention, by the way, the vehicle to deliver that to a lot of these households over time is very destructive on vehicles because they're not paved roads, and they're usually families that live can live a mile or 2 or 3 miles off of the paved road. It's very difficult to get there. I've done child protection reviews with the tribe of families that were caught up in the state system. And so I was learning about their lives, and a parent or a grandparent, to get their kids to school, especially young students, will have to walk them 2 miles in any sort of weather, down a hill, down a track, finally get them to the paved road, wait for them to be picked up by a school bus, walk themselves 2 miles back up to their dwelling, and then do it again. At the end of the day, that's everyday life for people on the nation in the way they live. Now, one would wonder, why don't we build roads? Why wouldn't, in addition to being Navajo citizens, they are also U.S. citizens. Why are they living in this particular way? Well, for some of you who are tribes, you may recognize some of this. They can't there's a dispute in many of these places about who actually owns the land, whether it's Navajo land or whether it's Hopi land or someone else's land. There's a dispute. And so because the dispute is unsolved, you cannot build infrastructure. You can't put electrical wires in the ground. You can't put a paved road. You can't build a foundation under a house. You can't put a building permit. You can't run electrical lines. You understand what the problem is that there's this, there are these deep underlying conflicts that result in these things, but the problem is not the result. The problem is the thing that undermines the ability to do these things. Does that make sense? So what we were making sense of together is absolutely there are two things that need to happen. One, how can we become more successful in our ability to collect more alternative fuel sources and get them to people who need them when they need them? We need to work at that. But the second thing is we've got work to do in the federal court, because this is a claim under the U.S. Constitution. It's a problem of unequal justice. These people, you're telling me the reason they don't have this is because they're Navajo Nation members. By the way, the state of Arizona said because you're nation members, you can't get alternative fuels that we give to non-Navajo members. My argument and their argument is both are U.S. citizens and both have guarantees of rights under the Constitution. So we need to be, I think we're going to have to work on the decades-long process of suing for equal justice here. But in the meantime, how do we get the things to people that they need? So what I'm getting at here when we put you in your groups is I'm asking you to think deeper. I'm asking you to understand what I'm trying to argue here. These are truly our problem. Being unhoused is deeply harmful. I don't know what you know about chronic homelessness, but as a population, the expected lifespan of adults who live unhoused is about age 48. So advantaged white men in California live to be 87. So the reason homeless people die on average by age 47 is not genetic. It's the result of the stress and distress that they live in, experiencing that kind of hardship. It has what we call a wear and tear effect or a weathering effect on the body. It's also very risky. There's a lot of people don't die of natural causes. They die of unnatural causes in the experience of being unhoused. So I'm not arguing that this is not a serious problem for people. What I'm saying is the cause of it has to be seen, and we have to be working on the cause, not just the result. Or we don't get a solution. What we get is more homelessness. And that's what we're getting, is more homelessness. And for many people, these things are not separate things. These are things that people are living with all at the same time, right? So the way we want to begin this conversation is, I should connect back to why I showed you that film. Particularly one thing, what he calls them conditions, I call them pillars. He calls them the 5 conditions of colonization. I've called them the 5 pillars. But number 4 is the one I want you to pay attention to, and that is the denial of worldview, the denial of thought. And what he's saying is that that the impact on people of colonization is we build an accepted worldview that broadly is European and white. And the only thing that's true is what comes out of people's mouths like mine who wear bow ties. That's a lie. That's the point. The point is when he says that First Nations people know the right way to live, can teach the values and the beliefs and the practices to members so they can live well, that's not a lie. That is a truth. So I'm not arguing for one thing over the other thing. I'm arguing to thicken the story. We need to welcome more narratives. We need to welcome the importance of the narrative of, for example, people from First Nations communities about the truths about how to live well into our conversation as valid. We need to be willing to be critical about the structures that we built and get underneath them. What makes it hard to do this, and I keep harping on this, is when we come to think every day, because that dominant worldview is the only thing that's true, is that we keep dealing with the everyday problems of this in our community, waiting for Sacramento to come and fix it for us. Waiting for Washington to come and fix it for this. And if there was this is my only slight political related comment I'm going to make. If you think that Washington's coming to fix this for you in the next 4 years, you're mistaken. That's not happening. The opportunity in this is to take more control locally. Is my real interest is in connecting to where our opportunities are. Where our opportunities are is to come together and confront these things and work on them. The idea I have here is something we call mindful positioning. And it's a technique that I developed based on learning that I did in Belfast, Northern Ireland. So Belfast is in Northern Ireland, and you may be familiar with something that people know about in Northern Ireland that some people have called the Troubles. And it's a history of conflict between people who identify as Irish and people who identify as English, people who identify as Catholic, and people who identify as Protestants. And I'm going to say a little more about that, but just to give you an example of the conflict, if you were to go to Northern Ireland and you were to talk to people on the street about how long the Troubles went on for, the people who identify as English and Protestant would say there were the active Troubles and they went on about 35 years. If you talk to people who identify as Irish and Catholics, they would say it went on for 700 years. It depends on who you ask. If you ask the colonizers, it's 35 years. If you ask the colonized, we've been dealing with this for 700 years. It depends on who you ask. One thing you should learn from that lesson is the English were really good about this well before they ever got to North America. They were good at colonizing well before they ever got here. They had their master's degrees and their PhDs hundreds of years before they got here in the beginning of the 16th century. They were acting it out in places like Ireland. And this conflict of the Troubles is the present day reality of that history. And, but in fairness, there was a period called the Active Troubles, and some of us were around for it in the 80s, 70s and 80s, and part of the 90s. And that included a lot of bombings, a lot of murders, killings, and other violent acts against people. And there was a community established in response to this, among others, that I felt like I wanted to learn some things from. So I was asked to come and do some lecturing at one of the universities in Belfast. And so while I was there, I went to do the thing I really wanted to do, which was to learn from this community. The place has an odd name. It's called Corrymeela. And Corrymeela has been around 60 years. And it was founded by a priest by the name of Ray Davies, I think an Anglican priest. Davies is Irish and would say the Troubles had gone on 700 years, to be clear about what side he comes from. And Davies also was a chaplain in the British Army during World War II and during the fight with Germany. And he happened to be taken prisoner in combat. And he was put in a prison by a place in World War II history that's fairly infamous, involving the United States, and it's a place called Dresden. And if you've ever heard of Dresden, there was an event there called the firebombing of Dresden. And it's an example of what I spoke about earlier of becoming legitimate to target civilians. So the American military, over about a week's time, burned Dresden to the ground and all of its inhabitants. And it turns out Davies was in a German prisoner of war camp outside of Dresden, and his window in his cell looked toward the city, and so he watched it. And the effect of both things, of what had happened to him in Ireland, of being an oppressed group, and then witnessing this firebombing, changed him in ways that he never recovered from, really. And when he came back after the war, when he was released by the Germans and he got back home, he dedicated the rest of his life to trying to understand peacemaking, how to stop this kind of senseless murder of people. And he raised money and he bought a property in Belfast, and then a building basically in Belfast, and then a property on top of a mountain in a place called Ballycastle. And they've been operating an interfaith encounter organization with people from all around the world. It's staffed by volunteer students from around the world. They prepare the food, they take care of guests, and they hold all kinds of important meetings there. If you're ever bored and you want your trip to live in Ireland for a month or a summer paid for, you can go wash dishes there, and then you can hang out with everybody when you're not on duty. You can find it on their website. But what I was really interested in, because one of my big interests has been in the way we use family meeting practices in mental health and child welfare, like wraparound. And they had done this particular family meeting design that was really interesting to me because it was incredibly intimidating and challenging. And the family meeting design that they were doing is after the Good Friday Agreement, which is now about just over 20 years old now, that brought some measure of peace there. There was a problem. The Good Friday Agreement included a truth and reconciliation process. Some of you are familiar with TRCs. And this particular TRC was in some ways like the Rwandan one and also the South African one, in that people who committed murders and other violent crimes in the midst of the conflict were given an opportunity as peace was being made, and that was if they came forward and admitted their crimes, they would qualify for a pardon. If they waited until the window closed, they faced being prosecuted for those crimes and going to prison. And so you probably won't be surprised to hear that people lined up around the block to get these pardons. And so and there have been over 3,000 murders during the 35 years in Belfast. By the way, Northern Ireland is a really tiny place, so 3,000 plus murders is actually a lot. There's probably not a family there that wasn't affected somehow directly by this. And so people who committed these killings and other crimes came forward. They had to work with the commission to provide testimony with every detail about what they did, who helped them. So people that were complicit needed to come forward, or they were going to get caught up. And they needed to if in some cases the remains of victims had never been located, they had been hidden from their family, which is a whole nother crime, a crime of torture, in fact, it's called. So they had to help them find the remains of the dead. And the problem with this process for the people who got the pardons is that the whole thing is public and everybody knows exactly what you did and who you did it to. But at the end of the process, you get a pardon and you don't go to prison. Well, it turns out that has practical problems later, because it means that everyone in the city knows what you did, including all of the family members of the people you killed. And they're your neighbors. And you didn't go to prison. You got a pardon. They got a funeral. And now you got to live with these people. And what this creates, and we see this in Rwanda later too, or we also have seen this in Rwanda, is you get a measure of peace sometimes with these arrangements, but they're always on the ragged edge of falling apart. One person said about the Rwandan genocide and the subsequent peacemaking work, she said about Rwanda, which is a really accurate statement in some particular ways. She said, "We built cities of steel and glass, but we did not heal the man," she said. So they were able to recover an economy, they were able to recover a political settlement, but they weren't ever to actually heal the underlying distress in people who had these horrific experiences. They felt themselves, how did this help me with the injustice that my family has suffered? I'll just give you a quick story to set the context here and then tell you what they did. One of the stories I heard while I was there of two families coming together. I want you to picture being, has anybody here facilitated team meetings before, family meetings? Yeah? So I want you to picture doing this, you guys. So here's your challenge, and by the way, there are a lot more chairs in the room because you have two extended families in the room. And the two extended families you have in the room is the family of the dead, the murdered, and the family of the person who did the killing and the person who did the killing. Everyone's in the room. And you're leading and hoping violence doesn't break out. Does that sound fun to you? That's what they're literally doing. I was like, wow, that takes some guts. I really want to see how this goes. And because I've seen some rough meetings, I don't know about you. And anyway, the story that I saw was this man who was a member of a paramilitary group. His organization was given some intelligence that a police officer that they wanted to kill was going to be home alone because his wife and their two infant children were going to be out of town visiting family. So this provided the perfect opportunity to do the killing and not kill the woman and her babies. Unfortunately, the intelligence was backwards. He was away, she and the babies were home. This man was given an order. He put a bomb underneath the house and blew the whole house up. The neighbors came running and pulled the bodies of the victims out, and they were dead. This is a meeting with the relatives, neighbors, and friends of that woman and those two babies and that man, and the man who put the bomb under the house. The conflict between them is on the family, on the victim side of it, is why hasn't this person been forced to accept responsibility and do time for his crimes and be seen as a killer? He was never prosecuted, therefore he is not a convicted person. He's never been accountable. And this man and his family said, this man is not a killer. This was a legitimate act of war. He was following orders. We don't prosecute people for following orders in armed conflict, don't we? Do we? His argument is no. He should get a medal for doing his duty. He's not a killer. And all of his family and community believe that. So how are you going to create peace between these two groups of people? And that's what they were doing that was really interesting to me. Because what they were recognizing is that you never are going to bring groups of people who are in conflict with one another together, and around the simple idea that because we got them to come together, and because we might even create a plan together, that we've created some kind of solution. Because the history has been, these are not solutions. They don't last in the world, and more often than not, they're not useful. And so what they look into is the first problem they name, which is one of the reasons we're going to do this, is we're not doing the exercise we're about to do because I want you to create the solution to this on your own, because we're not likely to. The first thing that you're looking to is not creating the solution. What you're trying to get at is something that they refer to as meta-conflict, which is not a terribly useful word, but when I define it, it'll make sense to you because you've seen it your whole life. And it's what they called a conflict about what the conflict is. Have you ever been in a family situation where there's a conflict about what the conflict is? Or especially when the government's involved, especially when service providers are involved. Everyone's at the table, possibly many of them having a very different idea about what the conflict is. And they're not listening to you. They're listening to themselves. because they're either hearing what they want to hear or they're not hearing what they want to hear about their vision of what the particular problem is. So the first lesson in the Corrymeela work was you have to uncover the meta-conflict. You've got to be able to collectively see together what the conflicts are, what people are perceiving, what brought them to the meeting, what is the issue for them. The related part that we add to it is it's not only a question of understanding the different views of conflict, it's also understanding how people are positioned in the conflict. One of the things we began to recognize when we're working on complicated issues is that we're placed in these issues. What job do you do?
Right now?
Yeah.
I'm an admin assistant
Where at?
for an ICWA program.
An ICWA program. So as an admin assistant, as long as it's safe to talk about, because I don't want to put you on the spot. But if there was a common problem that you hear about people are working on at the office, what comes up?
I would say housing.
Housing problems, because it prevents families from being together and housed. Is that fair? Right? Yeah. And so where are you positioned in that issue?
I guess trying to find resources.
Right. So you're over here in a particular place. And you have colleagues. Are these some of your colleagues, by any chance? You didn't happen to sit with friends, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, good for you. I like that. I saw you nodding your head, though.
We face that everywhere with our families.
And what's your role in it?
I'm an ICWA advocate for Sherwood Valley.
Yeah, and where are you in the housing problem? Where are you positioned?
Being able to have families find housing to reunify with their kids.
Right. So you're with families trying to find that needle in a haystack.
Yes.
Does it feel like that some days?
Every day.
Every day. And so that's where you are, right? And that's where you are. Here's the point about the exercise. You're in a place where we have put you. But here's a fun question. Are you in the place where you can do the most good?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Here's my point. One of the opportunities when we start to think about our own local empowerment is we get to ask new kinds of questions, which might include, but remember what I said about the Navajo experience. Are there people who do your job, and their job is get life-saving fuel to people so they don't freeze to death? That sounds like a pretty important job. It needs to continue, doesn't it? At the same time, is that solving the reason that people don't have access to fuel without you having to do that? No. Both things are true at the same time, is the point I'm making. Are we solving the problem by doing that, or are we doing that and do we need to be doing something else? Do you see what I'm saying? What they're finding themselves doing is they're waiting for people at the Capitol in the state of Arizona to decide that Navajo are real people and deserve to have access to energy. That seems to be not forthcoming for some reason. You see what I'm getting at? Is there's a lot going on here if we want to take on these problems. So we're going to look at more complexity. We're going to recognize that there may be more than one truth opportunity here, that we may be in a position right now of doing what we need to be doing. We may need people in other positions to do other things. If that's making sense, we're just going to add complexity to it. What we talk about in this work is we've got to move from what we say is the decontextualizing a problem. Decontextualizing problem is saying we have a mental health emergency. That's decontextualizing the problem. Recontextualizing the problem is saying what is the problems that are resulting in a mental health crisis. We have to begin to put the complexity back together. We need to see the greater context. I'm going to show you a way to do that in a simple exercise that is informed by what they're doing in Northern Ireland. So we have to look at that. Firstly, we need to see the meta-conflict, the conflict about what the conflict is. The second thing, and then we're going to do it, is instead of solving the problem, they found out there was something that worked better. And what worked better was looking not at the problem, but looking at the questions. This gets a little esoteric, so I'll work through with you. what they say is that what is the question that we've been at that leaves us in this place? So, for example, if I use the Navajo fuel example, if the question that we've been at is how do we get alternative fuels to as many members as necessary, if that's the question that we're at, where does it leave us? It leaves us all in stress and distress because we're always in a position of not having enough of the resource to get to everyone who needs it. We're always living with the uncertainty of will we have as much next year to get to people as we were able to get this year. We're in the position of whether or not we have enough actual housing to accommodate everybody. The question, how do we get everyone housing or how do we get everyone fuel, leaves us in a particular place, in a particular experience. And understanding that question helps you see where we're positioned in it. Here's their next point. Is there a better or wiser question to be asked than how do we get enough alternative fuels to everyone on the nation that needs it? And that is where the opportunity for change exists. What if we ask a better, wiser question that got us closer to understanding what is happening here? So, and the intention of the better, wiser question is sometimes asked this way: if in this case, if life were good for Navajo people and they had access reliably to the energy that they need to stay warm, to keep their home lit, to cook, what would that life look like? What would the system look like? It gives us a chance to step away from the system that we're stuck in and start imagining something we could do that would be better than that thing. Because we will grow comfortable with the problems that we have. We've grown very comfortable with homelessness in this country. We're so comfortable with it, we're growing it like crazy. We're comfortable seeing it, we're comfortable ignoring it, we're comfortable pathologizing it, criminalizing it. We've grown very comfortable with this. Is that really a solution? And how long will we stay that way? And are we waiting for Sacramento to fix it? They're not coming. Not yet. So what we ask people to do is each table, I'd like you to look at the list and pick the issue you feel like you can relate to. And then I want you to take a big piece of paper, and what I'd like you to do is draw a picture. Some of you did this to start with last time. We're going to move beyond this time. I want you to draw a compelling picture. What issue do you guys want to pick? We'll just use you as an example. Which of these issues would you like to look at?
Housing.
Do you want to look at housing and homelessness? Okay. So when you think about, as a group, when you think about the Mendocino flavor of homelessness, by the way, driving out here is really instructive. This is not urban homelessness here.
No.
This is living in a wash homelessness or something like it, isn't it? What would a picture of the experience of homelessness of people in this county look like to you? An impactful, what would it be like? What do you think?
When I think of housing, I look at everything that's listed on that paper right there.
Yeah?
Because it all ties to that. The poverty part of the housing is employment. You know, if you don't meet a certain criteria of employment, you're not going to get that job. Even if you do get that job, that income that you bring in, you're still going to be struggling because most of your pay is going to go to the cost of that housing, because as you were describing, cost of housing is so high that, you know, we have all these management places around here that has these bigger businesses that own all of the housing right here, which is making our rent go up. You gotta pay application prices, you gotta pass a credit check. A lot of our families don't have that type of.
Not have any
you know?
criminal history
Yeah.
that's disqualifying?
And that all ties into that housing right there, everything on that list.
What's that picture look like?
Chaos.
Chaos. And what in nature, or what can you imagine that illustrates what chaos looks like?
We're living in.
I'm sorry?
We're living in.
Yeah.
You're living in it?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it a hurricane? Is it an earthquake? What is it?
It's all of it.
Is it a fire?
It's like natural disaster.
Yeah.
You got your fire, you got your tsunamis, you got your tornadoes, you got your floods,
Yeah.
you got your mudslides. It's all just,
Let me give you an example of that. I have a friend who, his name is Rafe, and he aged out of foster care in Montana, and he and I were involved in making a movie together in 2011. And Rafe also co-authored an article with Elizabeth and myself in a journal 2 years ago. And I did the mindful positioning with Rafe about his life, and I'll give you his 2 pictures to make sense of this. Famous lines he says in the opening of the movie, as he's walking across the bridge with a backpack on his back, he says, my mom died when I was 14, and my dad was in prison and I never knew him. And then he goes on to say, my mom died on a Saturday, and by Wednesday, I was a file on a social worker's desk on the way to becoming a statistic. So that's what he's saying, right? So when I ask him a picture of how's your life working now, he says, he uses words to do it instead of picture. He says, well, remember he's from Montana. So he says, well, it's Yellowstone National Park on fire, and I'm running just ahead of the flames with my dogs and the animals in the forest. And then he says, my mom was Yellowstone for me. And he's by the time he's saying this to me, he's 34 years old. He's got stage 4 pancreatic or colon cancer. He's been homeless since the day he aged out of care when he was 18, and he's facing going to prison for 30 years if he doesn't find a way to pay his fines. And his picture of his life, that the result of it is, it's like I'm in a forest fire as big as, you know how big Yellowstone is. He's picking it for a reason. And he's barely surviving it. And the question that defines his life is, how will I die? And then I said, if your life were working, Rafe, what would the picture look like? And he thinks for a minute and he says, it would be a barn raising. You remember those Amish barn raisings? It's a barn raising. And anyone who wants to can stop and help. And when the barn is done, we go inside and we hold a party and we celebrate that I'm living, that I'm alive. What's he telling me? He's moving me from the problem of Rafe to where I belong in the solution of Rafe. He's saying to me, as someone who's been in life as a long time, I don't need you to fix it, but pick up a damn hammer once in a while. And when you're not doing that, celebrate that I'm here at all. Stop trying to fix me as a problem. Does it make sense? If it's a disaster, why is that an important metaphor? Well, then it's huge, is what you're saying. It's massive. It suggests some things. How do you deal with a disaster? I lived in one. When I was 16, you guys will know about it. There's a little volcano in Washington that erupted and wiped out the neighborhood that I grew in. The mud flows stopped right at the front door of our house. And my parents were stuck in that house for 20 years because obviously nobody wants to buy a house in a floodplain downstream of a volcano. How do we, but the fact is, the reason I asked the question is people do it all the time. If the problem we're facing is a disaster, we need a solution that fits the disaster. You know what I'm saying? We could look to disasters for ideas about what to do. One thing you don't do in a disaster is not admit it's a disaster and not talk about it as a disaster. Anyway, homelessness, what's your first picture? What's the question we've been at? You gave it to us. How do we get housing for this family? Times how many times a year do you have to ask that question? Not just in your program, but your program, other programs. What's the picture? What's the question? That's where we're at. Where's your agency in that? Where's your agency? Where's your agency? Where's the school district? Where's the Board of Supervisors in that one, just for fun? Where's the judges in this thing? I don't want you to just make it about you. Put everybody who's complicit in the picture. Where are they at? Where is the Board of Supervisors in this disaster? Well, put it in your picture somehow. Sometimes when I ask people where the judges are, they draw a nice, safe mountaintop about 3 or 4 ranges away. And they get a megaphone, and they're nice and safe over there. What does that remind us? It reminds us that judges do particular things, but they probably won't solve this problem. Where's everybody at? There's some people from First Nations here. Where's your nation in it? Where's your council in it? Do you know? You don't get off that easily. So let's take about 20 minutes because I want to take a break at 2:30. Okay. So when I'm working with families, I would deliberately spend some time not solving the housing problem and how do I deal with what often is also true about these families is they're incredibly isolated. They're incredibly distressed. They feel cut off from important relationships of support and belonging. And they're very painful relationships in their lives. And what I've found to be useful is to work with them to begin to put some energy into bringing people back together to help me figure out a solution to my problems. So in practice, what that has looked like, I had a woman I was a woman I was asked to help. Her and her kids had their house condemned while they were living in it. It was so deplorable that when the police came, they called the building department out and they just condemned it. And child welfare was waiting there to take her 3 little kids and leave mom, who was in a mental health crisis, standing there by herself. What I was able to do through the agency is just very quickly and to kind of stop things before they got worse, is just take her, if she was willing, and her kids and put them in a hotel for the night. And then work with the parent to take the risk to start calling people from her family and others to tell them the things she didn't want to tell them, which is we're in trouble again, etc. We made one phone call, and the first one was to her mom, and they're landlords, and they had one of their people that rent their house next door had moved out, and the house was sitting there vacant. So we were able to get the grandkids and mom there the next day. And her parents are the ones responsible for the rent, so they weren't going to charge her rent. I would have missed that solution if I had been going to an agency asking for help and we were trying to do those other ways. I'm not saying don't go to agencies, I'm saying do both. Build people's armies. Part of what's going on is the consequence of all of these experiences is people become incredibly isolated and unwell, and it's why there's such a long list of problems happening for them. And even if we solve the housing problem, it may not be solved for very long.
No, because even like if they don't have housing, they're turning to addiction because they're so low.
Remember,
like how much lower could they go?
The substance is a solution in that case, not a problem. So unless we get underneath it, we're not getting very far. And the other is, I'm worried also about the capacity of programs to keep up with everything that's going on. So I know with your child welfare partners, they're so distressed people won't even do the job. I don't know what's happening in your agencies, but the risk of becoming the solution is you can't be enough of a solution for enough people, and it becomes unsustainable as a job, let alone as a business. And so working urgently to try to reconnect people into a community of relationships and confront what's happened is critical. I'll say one last thing. I mentioned Greg Boyle early talking about healing is an assessment of health. He then says an interesting thing, wholeness is an assessment of health. And nobody's healthy until everybody's whole. So what is he saying? He's saying that a parent who's addicted and struggling with homelessness and other problems, who's dismembered from their family, from their culture and their community, even if you make some progress with them, there's no healing, because there's no healing unless everybody's healing. And so our practice is to bring people around people who are in distress together and look at the harder, bigger problems. When I say these are consequences, not problems, I'm talking at a system and a political level, but I'm also talking at a personal level. Our homelessness is a problem, is something we're experiencing that is because it's a consequence of something else. That something else happened in the family. And it doesn't stop until it stops. And so I would argue in terms of a social welfare design that you need to think about and connect to how are we really showing up for people in distress around what happened in their family and how it is playing out in everything they are facing. Because the government's not coming, is my point. They're not coming, not just for us, they're not coming for them. Unless you're with a tribe, and you are. I can't speak for tribes.
Like I was explaining a second ago, it's like we have housing within our tribe, but it's like we're getting 18 new houses, but we already know who's going to be placed in those houses as tribal members. We already know who's going to get handed those houses already, right off the top.
Yeah.
So there's no point of us even trying to put in or even attempting to put in because it doesn't matter.
Right.
We're going to be shoved to the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
And everybody who's either a family member of someone on council or someone who sits on council who will get those houses.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I know.
There's no like point system, like
They're
even
supposed
like
to be.
even like ICWA cases aren't top of
No, there's people that are already in houses that are moving to other houses instead of giving it to somebody else on the list because the rent's cheaper. So they got a new house but don't want to live in it because they don't want to pay the rent. So they want an older house so the rent's cheaper. So instead of giving it to the person on the list, they let that other person move. So I mean, there's
That's not right.
Yeah.
If we ignore, I think my lessons around the world are don't make the mistake of ignoring, or whatever word you want to use, the families and communities that people are from. In the face of all of this, that's all they got. And if we ignore it with them, they're even more vulnerable. I guess for what it's worth, that's my experience. And my experience is doing that work. I'll give you an example in Manitoba. I was asked to lead a project, 180 Indigenous kids marooned in their foster care system forever. And what the design was is I said, I'll help you do this, but I am not helping you get these kids out of foster care. Not because I don't want them out of foster care, but that's not the point. The point is not to get them out of foster care. The point is to go back to their family, to their tribe and their community, and ask them to come to the table because they're their children, not yours. And part of the conversation for them is to talk about defining what and who needs to be healed. Not for the government to do it, certainly not for me. And when they have done that, part of that conversation will always include, what about the children? Long story short, 76% of those kids left that care system on average within 1 year of starting. How did they leave? The family, elders, and people in the community around the family came together and talked about what they thought needed to be healed in this family, not where these kids needed to be placed. And that most of that work was adult work. It was not kids' work. And it was hard. And they met every month, and they worked on what they were going to do between their meetings. And the majority of those kids were able to go back to their First Nation and go back on reservation and get back to their lives because of the work that was done to heal the bigger issues in the family, not just to solve the foster care problem. And homelessness and violence and addiction and all of these things were right in the middle of every one of those situations. And it's from that place you connect to someone like you. Because now you're not alone with the parent facing this. You know they've got a little army with them. And they can rely on your expertise and your connections and your resourcefulness and all those things you've learned to do to, quite frankly, produce miracles. It probably feels like a miracle when you get people housed. Who doesn't want you?
It would be more of a miracle to have those adults and those families have that commitment to fix the problem.
Do you see where the problem is? The problem is that the consequence is this.
How do you convene that family to coming to the table to discuss the problem? Is that happening?
That's what we're going to work on together.
Right. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at you guys.
Wait, what'd you say?
How do we get the family or people who are involved intimately with this homeless family, how do we get them at the table to kind of be a part of the solution?
We call them and we invite them and we tell them that there's food there.
Yeah.
People, in my experience, will come.
Food, you can give anybody food, they're gonna
But is
show
that happening as far as an invitation to extended family members?
most of the time.
Most of the time.
The problem,
I'll say about 85%.
I guess it would help me understand, what does it look like when things go well?
If the family member is already established, has that credit score, has that house, has a good high education. A lot of the family members for their children, they're not stable themselves.
yeah.
Can they have a co-signer?
Are we talking for the house?
Right. So
Like renting?
So
Not renting.
So not
Not
renting,
renting.
you can't have a co-signer.
One thing I've done,
You got CDC, but look how long they gotta wait. They're not open, they don't take applications every month, they take applications once a year. And then you got a certain time frame that you gotta get that application in, whether it's already leased in place or looking for. I mean, some of our families are able to get right at the top and get in and get an application for CDC, and that helps a lot. But then again, if you meet a certain income limit, 30%, which is probably usually what it is everywhere, you're cut off. Then your housing voucher drops, and you gotta cover majority of that. But how is that when they go off our gross income? We're not guaranteed to bring home all that income.
Right.
We're only
Instead of net.
guaranteed to bring home a certain percentage of that income. So their first check's going on rent. What if they got car payment, they got childcare, they got groceries because they make too much to get welfare?
this is again a good example, in my view, of the value you would bring to that process. Because you know the right questions to ask. What's fun to think about is what if they're the right questions to ask, but they're not your questions to answer? You've got a network of the family there to answer. They need to wrestle with those questions. I've seen networks when people had convictions, for example, or more common credit problems, negotiating with landlords and as a community saying, what if we doubled the damage deposit and made it non-negotiable or non-refundable? Would you be willing to overlook the credit problem if we can do that for you to the landowner? And I've seen people get housed many times that way. Offer something that changes the dynamic that this community can offer, but your program cannot offer. But doing things like non-refundable damage deposits are sweeten the deal for the person who owns the property, for example. But we can't get into that kind of creativity without getting people to the table. But I love the way you were asking those questions, because those are real everyday questions that people are facing. Not everybody in a family network knows those questions. They don't, but they better
And I
be
know it
ready
because
to
I
deal with
dealt
them.
with it myself.
Exactly.
Trying to find an apartment for me and my boys.
Yeah.
And, you know, when I tried, I've been in my apartment that I'm at for 12 years.
Yeah.
And when I moved in, it was $800. I made that working for Sherwood as a receptionist back then. Now my rent's up to $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 89% of my paycheck. every
Yeah.
month. So then, you know, I have another paycheck and I still got a car payment. I still got insurance. I still have my luxury of internet, cable, groceries, gas. You know, I have a 7-year-old daughter. It's not feasible
No.
in this world and in this
It's not.
market. You know, like I said,
And
you have,
imagine a family that doesn't have your life, and they're just right at the bottom, like where do they go? How do they start it?
see,
That's hard.
I
That's where
had-
the families are. That's literally, they feel like they have nothing to go off of. They don't have a job, they don't have a babysitter or childcare, and then
Or a
they don't
car,
they don't have transportation, and then you gotta have insurance, and a driver's license.
There's-
So it's a lot of things that go into it.
I know, but there's a. I keep mentioning Greg Boyle for some reason. I've been obsessing on him lately. He's got a new book out, so I'm thinking about it. But he says something interesting that I think fits your question. It's not very practical, but I think it's meaningful. And he says, I don't know, we can't carry what you have to carry, but we can carry you. Meaning you don't have to be alone in facing all of this. This is too much. It is impossible. We are asking everyday Americans to live impossible lives. And we're not even talking about when you're telling us about your experience. And to your point, you're meeting families who haven't achieved what you've achieved.
oh, before I got my apartment, I
Yeah.
lived in a hotel room and was paying $400 a week.
Right.
And then one of my coworkers said, I can't do it no more. I can't allow you to stay in a hotel no more winter with your 2 boys. Come to my house. And I
Right.
told her, I promise I will find a spot.
Yeah.
And within 2 months, I found a spot. And in the beginning, the same apartment I'm in, they wanted a credit check. And I said, I'm not going to pass.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
You know, turned away. About 2-3 weeks later, I went back. It was the same apartment, and the management at that time was like, "Oh, we're not asking for credit checks no more. You can just move in winter."
Wow.
You know, within the luxury of our tribe, I was able to get the $2,800 assistance
Yeah.
to move in.
Right.
And I only
The
had to
upfront
pay
cost.
like a couple other extra $100 out of my pocket. But I ended up finding it. You know, you got to have the drive and the willingness to want it.
Yeah.
And get out there and hit the pavement running. If
Yeah.
you don't, I mean, I've always said my kids are my drive as
I
to
believe
why
you.
I do what I do.
I believe you.
If, you know, I didn't have my kids, I'd probably be in a ditch somewhere. I always use that slogan with my kids every time I talk to them. But if we don't have parents, you know, like I said, I'll say about 80 to 70% of our parents are wanting it, you know, and they do get frustrated. They do, you know, they do decide to quit. But then, you know, the other 30% probably just won't do it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they'd rather go drink or get high or go live with somebody else or couch surf or, you know, live their party life, and
Yeah.
that's the hard part.
And I think that's what I mean, as far as like our work is not nearly as as important as the work that you're doing, but for people who are struggling with like working through reunification for their kids, fill the check boxes, right? Like I really just lean into working with the willing as far as like if you're willing, I can meet you halfway. Like I can't do the work for you, but I can do the work with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and I think having that mentality and it keeps you looking at that 70%, not the 30%, which I think the 30% can drain you from actually being effective and asking the right questions for that 70%.
I mean, even our kids that are 17 in the system and getting ready to age out or become maybe 12 kids, you know, even if we tell them, I'll set the pavement for you, but you got to do the rest, they won't do it unless you're doing it all for them. You know, but sometimes you got to cut the umbilical cord. Sometimes it's like, I did this, now you got to do the rest yourself.
Yeah. And how can I help you? What does that look like for me to help you? What is it, anything you don't understand? Is there something that you need more clarification on? Because I think that I found like that things that stop people is fear and the unknown, and then that insecurity creeps in, and it's easier just not to do anything. And so seeking that clarification, like I'm just looking at this, I'm like, okay, so do we need fees? Do we need like areas for like to address required fees? Like what other support systems do we need in place to, because I know the Cali Initiative with the community supports is providing some housing vouchers. What does that look like? Can we get a stockade of those? I don't really know what that looks like. So worry about that.
I'll mention just another thing. I don't know what California's done with Medi-Cal around this. So usually you guys are pretty quick to jump on anything where you can take federal money. But yeah, you guys are good at it. I mean, the best.
We still don't pull down all that we were.
Oh, but you're still the best in the country at this. But you may know this, but just to remind you that on the Medicaid regulatory side, that Medicaid approved rent as medicine.
So that CalAIM initiative and the CalAIM expansion in California is going to be covering those vouchers.
Right.
There's a yes, that system is coming into the
Yep.
CalAIM community supports area with enhanced care management, which will now be billable through CalAIM.
Yeah.
And so
I don't think they crossed
It's
though, right?
it's unfortunately it's a great step. It's not
It's not
gone far enough because I believe it's a 6-month limit.
Yeah,
But
it is.
that it deals with that front end problem
Right.
that you were talking about, that $2,800.
Right.
That is such a huge barrier, and that is coming.
Right.
The other is groceries for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Also is medicine. And transportation is medicine under the new Medicaid
Yeah,
rules.
so all those are
So these are things to really be new opportunities to connect in that California's taking advantage of.
if
Most
you're
states
doing
won't.
through
Yeah.
enhanced care
So you were
management.
saying
So like
the
First Five is working to become an
thing
enhanced
would
care
be the
management.
support around this family. So say there's a
Two things. You brought in something I want to follow up with you on, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
To me, they were magical words. You called it. If it hadn't, I think you said, I'm paraphrasing you. If it hadn't been for my drive, you said. I really think we should unpack that. I'm learning, before even knowing your name, which I apologize for not asking you. Winter. I learned what one of Winter's superpowers was listening to her talk. And it was this thing you called drive. And I think that's something worth digging into. What is that? Because I'm thinking, listening to you, that is a massive superpower. You connect it to your kids as a mother.
Yeah.
So there's a piece to that. But I was also going to ask if I could, there's a way to unpack that a little bit with something we call, we'll look at tomorrow, it's called Interviewing for Intentional Strength. So this thing you call drive, could you tell me of an example of someone who taught you that?
I don't think anybody taught me it. It was just something I guess a coping mechanism for myself, being a child, a product of the system. My mom, who said no more, she was a drug addict, had a very abusive boyfriend. My dad was in and out of prison. Being a product of living with my aunts, my great aunts. When I was 14, I decided after I graduated from Round Valley, I decided I wasn't going to go back because of what our reservation entitles of drugs and alcohol, abuse, missing, domestic violence. I didn't want to live there no more. So when I left, I didn't turn back and I didn't look back. So,
Can I reframe what I think I heard you say? Because it was important. I do want to know how important it was. So your mom taught you this
Yeah,
by being a drug addict,
yeah. And my dad being
and
a
your
product
dad
of the system.
your dad being in the system. So, and then who have you taught this drive idea to in your life?
My children.
How many kids you got?
I have 3.
Yeah. How about at work? How many people have you taught that to?
Mainly almost every kid that I have had.
How many how big a room would I need to get them all there?
Probably about as big as this.
Yeah. What about your colleagues at work? Have you ever taught them that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tanya's one of them.
Yeah. I just showed you how to fill a room up around people, not with family, although sometimes it is your family, but connecting to the thing that people believe fiercely in. And I heard your fierceness when you used those particular words and mentioned your kids. But that is my way with somebody to connect to how to fill a room. I don't need to take you back to the people that you have been most hurt by, or you might feel most ashamed to be in front of. That's not the point. It's who'd you teach this fierceness to? Who did you teach this concept of drive to? Of those people, who would you connect to around this thing? What we're trying to connect to is not brokenness in people, but we say sometimes not broken, but a SpaceX rocket. You're not broken, you're a SpaceX rocket, you're a Formula One race car. You're telling me how you became that. And maybe your rocket fuel is this thing you called, that we were talking about. It's this drive thing that you call it. It comes from someplace.
My goal has always been to be there for my kids.
Yeah, and then you're in service to your community in your spare time with all of your extra resources.
And I imagine things, just from an outsider perspective, your reputation, I imagine anybody in this filled room of people you've touched would turn around and support you and pick you up if there's any.
I got your back already.
Yep, totally.
Right? And I think
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, totally.
We don't. You've all heard this before, but it doesn't make sense until you start to really unpack it. But in the psychological concepts, we talk about this concept that humans see the world as we are, not as it is. So cognitive dissonance is the fancy word for that. But I think part of what I'm learning when I'm with people is, especially people in a deep place of distress, there's nobody, they won't help, no one's coming, all of that. They're not lying to you. They absolutely have had experiences that lead them to believe that would be true. And it is true. It is also true they're people you've taught something to. They're people, there's this.
helped you in the past, or
It's both things. So all you're trying to do when you're engaged with people in a place of crisis, especially, is not argue with people about how cared about they feel. That's not the point. The point is that could be absolutely true, and you know this, you have this value around drive, you have this value. Why won't I call my family? I'm not going to be ashamed in front of my family. If I just to be playing with you, I'm not doing it. Well, who taught you that was important? People in my family taught me that, because when I've done things that have been shameful and they've known about it, they've treated me horribly. Is there an example of someone who did the opposite thing? Yeah, I had a friend who was really there for me, who said I could move in. That's who we're looking for. Right? It's not about looking for the usual suspects. It's about digging in a little bit. I was just going to say one last thing. The one thing about the way we set up people's jobs is how much extra time do you have to run family meetings? So we've constructed jobs for people that don't actually have the space to engage with people in ways that open up opportunities. I think that's something to think about as a community, is where would we, if we were going to begin to work in that particular way, who would do it? How would we make that possible? Because you look at the child welfare people, they don't have any more time than you have to do these magic things. Now, one thing I can say about them with the Center on Family Finding, I think there's still a little bit of time for them to put in a grant request if they want and get some money. And they could get it around that idea. Can we pay for facilitators for, through the end of 07 and demonstrate how we might pull all the serving systems in the community together around connecting into people's untapped capabilities, that kind of thing. But I don't know, it's just a thought off the top of my head. But I don't. What I found working with actively homeless people is the consequence of homelessness. The problem is feeling abandoned. And you might be talking to a 50-year-old who's still experiencing being abandoned as a little kid.
oh yeah,
So what problem do we need to work on? People need to be housed, but we're never going to sustain housing without getting underneath being abandoned.
I was watching the news one morning, and it was my cousin Ursula. She was on the news, and she's homeless down in San Francisco. But she says she'd rather be down there in San Francisco and be homeless because she can find a place to sleep, she can get food for free, and she doesn't have to worry about the stress of bills. And when they asked her, well, what if we bought you a bus ticket to go home? She turned around and told them, I wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want to go home. There's nothing there for me.
Yeah.
They can't give me what I can get down here in the
Yeah.
city. You know, which is true. San Francisco has a lot of support systems.
My daughter was just doing some work there, and she works she's worked in Los Angeles and also in San Francisco with homeless folks. And I get the point. What she's missing out on, because she's hopeful, is she's missing out on how close she is to getting killed.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the problem, is you're getting some things, but you're trading it for an experience that's incredibly risky. Yeah, what's that?
But it's scary.
I know. It's incredibly dangerous. Yeah. But she's saying the truth. It's interesting to think about unpacking what she's saying about what's not at home. What would need to be home for her to leave is an interesting question. And it's a fair question from her. Right? What would it be? She could tell you. But because we can predict it, we can be part of preventing it. The second part is our biography is our biology. So does that make sense? If the more you understand how people have lived, especially from the early childhood, the more you recognize it's evident in the biology. It's evident but what does that tell you? It tells you that by changing the environment of support around people, their bodies will respond to that. They will respond. And the final one is the brain and the body want to heal. So your greatest advantage is that nobody on the outside is ever the healer. The healer is you.
Yes.
And so the brain and the body are constantly working towards finding a balance, constantly working at it. And in response to whatever they're facing. If they're response into a lot of overwhelming hardship, what they're doing is they're surviving in the short term at the expense of the long term. They're going to die early of a cancer. They're going to die of a heart attack. They're going to get hit by a car. There's a lot of different ways to die that way. That is when you force people, biologically force them to make adaptation to survive, you can predict what is going to happen to them. If you change, you may not be able to change them, you may be able to change the environment. They will change in response to the environment. So how do we do that? Even people that are unhoused, certainly there are practical needs that people have to survive. But you can. I've worked with lots of unhoused people who found healing and ultimately housing. But the healing came before the housing.
Yes.
Interesting.
And we did that in the environment around them.
Well, that's exactly what you think. I mean, if you want positive outcomes, then you need to be around positive things to make self feel good, to want to achieve those positive goals.
I'll give you a small, quick example involving the tribe. I worked with a young man in homeless, former foster youth in Arizona, grew up his whole childhood in care, and was raised in multiple foster homes, and culturally was placed with Mexican families and believed that he was Mexican.
Right.
And I happened to meet him, and because I'm the family finding guy, we discovered never Mexican, always Apache. And the first thing that happens is him simply knowing that he's Apache lights him up. He never felt right, and he always knew he didn't feel right, but he didn't know why.
Yes.
And all of a sudden it's this idea. Well, at the time, do you guys remember, not to speak ill of the dead at all, but do you guys remember John McCain?
Yeah.
So McCain gets made into this hero politically, but not if you're Apache, because right before this happened, McCain, in the middle of the night, he's in the Senate, he put together a bill where there's a place on this guy's reservation. It's called the Oak Flats. The Oak Flats is in that Apache culture. I noticed. Did I see this on your hand or someone else? Oh, I saw someone else. I saw an acorn.
Oh, yeah.
And in Apache culture, their acorns are central to their beliefs, and they get forever their acorns from this place called Oak Flats. Unfortunately, underneath Oak Flats is a mountain full of copper. So what does McCain do in the middle of the night? He takes Oak Flats and gives it to an Australian mining company. And he gives the Apache a useless piece of desert. And he just does it in the middle of the night, and there's nothing they could do about it because they don't own the land. It's on the reserve. Right. So anyway, this kid finds out he's Apache at the same time that happens. And Apache folks and their allies are protesting with big signs all over Phoenix. So what does this homeless, now newly minted Apache kid think he should do? Makes himself a sign that makes no sense to him and starts showing up at protests, walking. Well, when he's doing that, he's not shooting heroin, it turns out.
Right.
And all of a sudden, he just, on his own, this one small connection, and he gets connected. He says, I can be a badass. You know, I can go out and scream and yell at people and carry on in front of the cops. I've done that my whole adolescence.
Right.
I'll just carry a sign and do it with my brothers and sisters, you know.
The people, yeah.
But the point is that he changes his life by connecting himself to something bigger than himself.
Yes, right.
And the universe works in strange ways because it happens at the same time this terrible crime
That's right.
happens.
It's not a coincidence. It was meant to be.
Right. By the way, it turns out a few months go by, and he says to us, I need to go out to the reservation. Could you guys, we knew that the last time he had been there, he was probably 18 months old. So he had absolutely no memory of this. So get a van from the agency, and it's a 4-hour drive out and back. And we take him out there, and I've got an address for him to try with someone I think is a relative. We've talked, he has an ICWA worker at the tribe, so we talked to them.
Yeah.
So they've helped us figure out who his family is.
Right.
So we drive up, I wasn't with him. He and the agency person drive up to the house, and they're in this van with doesn't belong on the res, and nobody's coming out to say hi to him.
Right.
And he steps out of the van and he starts walking around the house, looking a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Finally, a young man comes out of the house and confronts him. What are you doing here? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And he just says, well, he tells him, and he says, hold on. And he's got a cell phone, and he makes a call. And about 10 minutes later, this elder man and his wife come driving up. And they turn out to be his aunt and uncle. And last time they saw this kid was the day that Child Protection took him away years before, and his brother. And it turns out his uncle and his aunt are the ones in charge of the ceremonies around the acorns, and they've got a garage filled with buckets, 5-gallon buckets filled with acorns. And the uncle just does this beautiful thing where I don't know how he does this, but he takes this young man and he says, come with me, and he walks him in the garage, and it's just filled with 5-gallon buckets of acorns. They had just collected them. And they keep them for the season, right, to use them in ceremony.
Yes.
And he takes one out of in the acorn shell out, and he's here, take this. And then he takes one and he says, let me show you how to break it open. And then he eats it. He says, break it and put it in your mouth and eat it. And as the boy's chewing it up, he starts telling them what those acorns are about. And remember, this kid already knew something about it because he's been protesting about the stealing of Oak Flats. And now these two
Come together.
just start. It's just the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
It starts with a homeless guy. He's still homeless at the time.
Yes.
He's still using. But he's beginning the healing process. What I want to argue about is he gets to healing. Another connection, he needs work. Once he's on his journey, he needs work and meaning. Turns out there's a special wildland fire program in Arizona. His cousin, the guy that came out and stopped him, is enrolled in the training and is becoming a hotshot firefighter,
Oh, yeah?
which is a big tradition for Apache people.
No, I seen that. I seen them when I was going north. They
Right.
had it. They were the hot shots. They were the golden something.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Next
Yeah.
thing you know about this kid, he's following his cousin into training to be a hotshot.
Yeah.
But you watch it unfold. Here's my point. No programs, no services, just the risk of going out to your reservation and walking up on a house that might be your relatives and having the courage to knock on the door,
Yeah, just come out of your comfort zone.
right?
Whatever it is.
And for the service people that I'm working with, and I'm going to swear in a bad way right now, but I mean it, get the fuck out of the way. Help this kid connect to this and stop with your, let me enroll you in classes, let me,
Yes.
classes may be in his future,
Right.
but he might need a life first.
Yes. Connecting. Exactly.
Right.
That's
True
why I say
relational
that.
home, like.
Exactly.
That's where the healing will
Yes,
happen.
because that's what I say, like even with school, you know, because I work with the kids.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, they're getting ready to graduate, okay? And then they got these people, let's have a job fair, let's do this, let's do that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I look at the kids, you know, and they're doing something or on their phone, and I told them, I said, you know what? The ones that want school are into the books and want more, I go, are the ones that are looking at it. But I said, the ones that are looking somewhere else, I go, school is not for everyone.
Yeah,
they're
they're-
hands-on.
And you know what? I said I like the people start at people's feet. So you're starting at their heads. You're not starting at their
not
feet.
here, right?
You need to, as you encounter people, start at your feet. In other words, that doesn't mean you treat everyone the same.
Right.
It means you start with the assumption that maybe you're hungry. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you haven't been sleeping for months. Maybe you're feeling sick. And you need to tune in and meet people where they're at right then. There may be classes in your future right now.
Right here.
Go lay down for a while and
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll handle this or whatever. But anyway, you get where I'm going around some of this problem-solving stuff is what we built are industries that can only see solutions through the vision of the industry. How to negotiate not having bad credit, not having a first and last, not having a damage deposit. I get the practicality of that, but you're aiming that at people sometimes that are so far away from that being where they're at. And the thing that I'm interested in watching at these little islands we call tables in here,
Yes.
is it's the part of the opportunity is how do we connect together and figure out the flow of things. And quite frankly, stop using the way we think about services to get in the way of things that would actually help people.
Right.
They can't see your picture. I'll hold it up if you want. So what was the problem, first of all?
Mental health.
So the problem they chose was mental and psychological distress. Do you notice I'm using a different word? First of all, it's not disease, it's distress. And secondly, mental health is a good thing. So we'll stop, connecting. The goal is mental health, and we get there sometimes as we face distress. So anyway, that's what you picked.
So we chose mental health, and we each kind of started drawing, and as we drew, we discussed the different issues and tried to stay solution-minded, but also addressing, what we were coming up with solutions for. And a lot of what I work as a school at a school, he works at a school, and then we have wonderful first 5 people here.
Awesome.
And we talked about tutoring and mentoring and boys and girls clubs and transportation and giving, and then, you know, the things that get to us, media, news, politics, what we want to teach, critical thinking skills, social emotional literacy, letting people know that they can be exposed to different things, what they're feeling, how to respond, mindfulness in the schools, telling our truth versus masking, getting enough sunshine, moving, community resiliency being taught in the schools to teachers so that they can share it with the children, exposure to books, the idea that other people have come through adversity, the way that their challenges didn't lead to a roadblock, but a breakthrough, new solutions to problems that are universal. Telling our truths versus masking our truths. School is a place where you're exposed to a different outcome, where you can get services, a new vision for your future. A mental reprieve from mental health issues that you face in your home. Maybe this is 6 hours of a day when all the issues that keep us so critical. Hunger. How can you be happy when you're hungry? I'll let you guys talk a little bit.
We're also mentioning how school is one of the places where some of these kids have their only meal. They don't have food at home. We're also mentioning how social media is also causing a lot of that, and young children that are having cell phones and whatnot, they're being exposed to self-criticism. They're comparing themselves, doubting themselves. Because of social media and media itself. And what else is one of the things that we put? But also acknowledging that the kids, even though they're young, a lot of them do know what they're being fed. They're, doing the critical thinking and able to also critically think about themselves as well. Do you want to share anything else?
That's most of it. Yeah, the importance of getting outside, that we are all stuck inside a lot without natural light and trees and fresh air, and so the importance of getting adults and children outside more in the sunlight. And we talked about how to incentives to get children to attend after-school activities and other activities that are beneficial, and so some things that have worked are snacks and backpacks and laptops and gift cards. So.
Well, I'm going to react just how I really appreciate something about the way you presented together and what you talked about. You picked a concept called mental health, which we know means our mental health system generally. And what you didn't do that I really appreciate is you didn't talk about diagnosis, you didn't talk about drugs, you didn't talk about therapies, you didn't talk about programs. You talked about everyday things that everyone who's involved with school-age kids can be a part of supporting them to do, to get outside, to expose to books, nutrition, an opportunity to get nutritious food that maybe isn't available every day in your life otherwise. I just really appreciate how normatively you're responding to this, and because it doesn't, what you're describing are things that everyday people can do. You're not describing the way we've organized the system where, with no disrespect to people who do that work, but that suggests that the solution to a so-called mental health crisis is putting kids in front of therapists, away from their families and outside the context of the lives they live. And I really appreciate the other thing that came across in what you shared is you seem to be hopeful. You believe in these guys, you believe in these kids. I think that comes across really strongly, and I really appreciate it. It's not quite what I was expecting, quite frankly. I really appreciate it. It's a great strength. So thank you very much. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they picked poverty. made a very compelling drawing. I'll kind of swing it around so people can see that it's a very compelling image. One of the first things you notice with these things is they can be really compelling. And do you mind sharing, or somebody sharing a bit of what you were thinking about?
We talked about poverty at this table, and some of the underlying issues of poverty were the lack of education, lack of health care, lack of clean water and decent housing, which are compounded by discrimination, social exclusion, economic inequality, poor governance, conflict and instability, lack of employment opportunity and low wages. And and then I think that the way that we had discussed maybe dealing with some of those issues were advocating for fairness and equality when it came to a lot of those issues that were mentioned. Voting, change our value system, teach our children to think critically with humanity in mind.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to react in a funny way, but I really mean this. Who needs a blue ribbon commission in Sacramento with you three in the community? I mean, because the way you articulated that made me think that it's the kind of thing we might bring so-called experts together for a year together and write a policy paper on, that the three of you can spend a half an hour together and just articulate so clearly. And it just points to the strength being here, right? The wisdom. I would say the same thing. You guys could really relate to each other, I think. Really, the point is, we know a lot. We know a lot. Remember, I gave you that quote from the guy at Casey. Just the quote is, we need to close the gap between what we know and what we do. We know, you know a lot.
I think we know a lot because we experience this.
Yes.
Every day.
Every day. You're the experts in this, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, remember that there's a lot of ways that fourth column of colonization works out, right? The denial of worldview, the denial of thought. The real experts are in Sacramento. Have you ever heard that one before?
I also put something else on there too that was like the upside down triangle.
Yeah.
Where in our native cultures, leadership is at the bottom, and the what we call the general community council is like at the top, and that's the people of the tribe.
Yeah.
And that's how things should work and filter down.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's looking at now some of even our own tribes are modeling what we're doing after the federal government, where they're at the top and everybody else is at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we
flip that.
It's hard. I mentioned we do some work with First Nations in Canada, for example. So the Cowichan First people are one of the groups I mentioned on I'm going to give this back to you, on Vancouver Island. And they're in this process where hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that historically, and this is a huge step towards justice, that historically went to the dominant culture government to pay for the services given to Cowichan children who were away from their families, right? That's what they call a child protection system. All of that money now goes directly to the nation. The nation is struggling with, what do we want to build? But you just put your finger on the single problem that they are facing right now, which is the values of Cowichan people are that upside down triangle. But the reality of the structures they have in their government are the dominant culture one. Why is that? Because they've had to make it that way in order to interact with the dominant culture. And if they don't do it that way, they lose the support they get for things like housing and other healthcare and other things. So you're describing the very conflict that they are working at right now, which is, okay, fine, you gave us the money you used to create an industry around farming our kids. Thank you very much for the kids and the money. But it's bigger than that. The arguments that we're having are more about how are you going to honor the governance of this nation in a nation-to-nation relationship instead of continuing to kind of hold them hostage around having governance structures that look like the dominant culture. So, I mean, you're facing the same, you're describing exactly the same problem. Once again, you don't need outsiders to come and tell you that. You're able to articulate yourselves. That's part of the interest here to demonstrate in the interaction we're having is look at the brilliance, look at the deep knowledge. We also, boy, you two people work fast. Because I kept them talking and didn't let them do their homework. But look at, we're going to come back. Please, we're going to save these, right? So we keep them. We're going to keep working. I want to keep you on time, and so I wanted to finish with another short video, just to keep driving the thinking. And this is from, and I think, how many of you have heard that word before, social determinants? So let me explain what it means. It's pretty useful. Again, it's a science term. It doesn't mean that it's the only way to think about this, but it's one way to think about it. And in the simplest terms, what the social determinants would tell us is what your grandmother taught you or tried to teach you. And that is, there are two parts. One, as kids, that the more, and this is something Vince Folletti also said, the ACEs author, he said, it's what we learned in the ACEs study your grandmother tried to teach you. Very simply, the more bad things that happen to you as a kid, the more likely it is that you're going to have problems as an adult. That's just good common sense. It's sad that you would have to spend, I don't know, a few $1 million to prove that when your grandma tried to teach you that your whole life. But that's the research world. The social determinants of health are a little more complex idea because they look at a more broad story of health. Social determinants of health is the idea that that we know this from a research perspective at least. We know, and I think common sense again, that where you live, work, learn, and play strongly predicts at population what will happen to your health. We're pretty good at, the science community is really good at looking at people from particular zip codes and predicting what the average level of education attainment will be, what people's incomes will be, what they will die from, what chronic diseases they will have. We have enough data long enough that you can literally look at, I could tell you where not to move, basically, by just the zip code data. Unfortunately, you're already living in one of them. But here's the point that I'm going to make. I'm living in one of them too, by the way, so we're not alone. My neighborhood's way nicer than your community is, way less nice. What I want to shift is from this idea of the social determinants, because what does that language kind of suggest? It suggests that the problems you're wrestling with are just endemic to humans. They just come wherever there are humans. But that's not what the social determinants of health data show us. They are not just things that come with humans. They come with either being advantaged humans or disadvantaged humans. And so I wanted to show a short film with you to finish, to get you really riled up for the night. An alternative version of that to make the point. Because if you're going to take all this wisdom you have and use it together to get underneath these things in new, powerful ways, it's important to have ways to build your own story from it. So I want to have this, play this, it's what do you call it? It's animation, takes a few minutes. But it builds on the concept of the social determinants, but it takes it in an entirely different direction that I think complements what we've done today. So let me play it for you.
To best grasp the political determinants of health, let's examine a hypothetical example that combines experiences of real people in urban and rural communities. Imagine a 19-year-old woman, we'll call her Jessica. After enduring several miscarriages, she barely survives giving birth to an infant 9 weeks early, the baby weighing only 3 pounds. Her son is placed in the neonatal intensive care unit, the blood from his umbilical cord revealing over 200 toxins, Where did the system fail Jessica and her baby? How and why did these results occur? 3 years earlier, Jessica had left her parents' house. Access to treatment for her dad's substance use disorder had been eliminated when policymakers closed 3 of the city's public community health centers to save money. Contending with his wife's lack of education, neither of Jessica's parents could secure a job with a livable wage, prompting serious and substantial mental health conditions. Jessica moved to a low-income neighborhood in the city. She never knew of the extent of how the appalling conditions of her neighborhood were politically determined. For example, determined to keep housing segregation in place, politicians expended very few resources to build sidewalks, parks, or recreational facilities. Healthcare providers refused to operate in Jessica's community due to poor reimbursement rates for Medicaid. Because they resisted creating bus routes, lawmakers dissuaded grocery stores from operating in the community, preventing residents access to fresh fruit, vegetables, and meat. Simultaneously, policymakers altered zoning laws to permit development of a dump site and a chemical plant, switching the community's water source from a clean river 10 miles away to a nearby polluted river to save money. This water was used to drink, bathe, and wash clothes. It also irrigated the lawn at Jessica's apartment building, adding to the list of pollutants and environmental hazards in her neighborhood. And because her district lacked established tenant rights, her landlord had no interest in improving unhealthy housing practices. Jessica found work as a cashier at the corner convenience store, a job with no employee benefits, including health or disability insurance. Because policymakers rejected proposals to increase minimum wage to a livable income, Jessica often substituted her employer's free snacks policy as a meal, never realizing the effect that high-fat, high-sodium food would eventually have on her or her baby's health. With local politicians striking down an effort to ban smoking in convenience stores, Jessica was constantly subjected to a barrage of secondhand smoke. And when she discovered she was pregnant, no attempt at receiving health insurance coverage was successful. Her non-ACA compliant plan denied her maternity coverage because they viewed her pregnancy as a pre-existing condition. Medicaid, the government's health insurance program for low-income families, denied her coverage for not being poor enough. After finding a ride to the free clinic, Jessica waited more than half a day to be seen by a second-rate physician, a doctor who was condescending and offensive. Realizing she could not afford to take more days off from work, she never went back. At 31 weeks, a neighbor drove Jessica to a hospital ER 20 miles away. Seeing that Jessica was experiencing excessive swelling in her face and ankles, as well as seizures, the emergency team decided to deliver her premature son immediately. Due to complications, her newborn son was sent to the neonatal intensive care unit. Once his organs were deemed mature enough, he was taken off the machines and sent home with severe cognitive defects. And in their apartment, Jessica and the baby were exposed to mildew and cockroaches, causing her son to develop respiratory problems. The landlord refused to remedy the poor conditions, telling her to move if she didn't like it there. Jessica struggled to find early childhood care and access to schools with educational assistance, healthy food options, and other resources needed to thrive. Because their school and community lacked the resources to enable Jessica's son to even barely reach his potential, he dropped out of school after entering 8th grade, just as his grandmother had done, repeating what is surely the ongoing rule of poverty. Jessica's story shows the compounding effect of political determinants over personal responsibility. No matter how reliably Jessica tried to act, structural, institutional, interpersonal, and interpersonal obstacles stood in her way. Political determinants were pulling strings that prevented Jessica and her family from achieving optimal health and their full potential. What does this mean for all of us? What can we do to improve and mend our community's most damaged systems?
Good question. I wanted to share that to...
The Allegory of the Ocean.
Sorry.
Part 2, The Allegory Explained, by Daniel E.
That's the next video. We can look at that tomorrow. One of the things that's important to me about sharing this is that notion, the way we have used the social determinants language, quite frankly, my observation with the health insurance companies we work with is that it's whitewashing. It suggests that the problem is in people, the problem is not in the institution, the problem is not in the politics, it's not in the society. It is more accurate to describe these things as politically determined, not socially determined. And if it is politically determined, it argues that part of the challenge we face is a political challenge. And that includes becoming more connected together in a community to how we tell these stories. So that everyday people who have that ability to vote for candidates, especially local candidates like Board of Supervisors, can make choices around candidates that are connecting to the science and connecting to the community's needs rather than just retelling these stories. But one of the things I really want to convey here is the other thing that comes out here is recognizing whether you call them socially determined or socially and politically determined, there was something else in that video, which is this concept of personal responsibility. That the message that sometimes gets in our way of working with people is this idea of why won't you just stop using? Why won't you, you fill in the blank of all the different ways you've heard this said before. Why don't you take better care of your kids? Why don't you care more about your kids than your boyfriend? All of these messages that place the full responsibility as a sense of personal responsibility and ignore the larger context that people are facing every day. Does that make sense? As we keep going tomorrow, we're going to take the information you've created, we're going to look at some more tools tomorrow, and we're going to sort of demonstrate how it all comes together. Let me be really clear about the fact, is it possible that people make unwise decisions? Yeah, probably. I've made some. The point I'm making is not that people should be expected, or young people expected, to not learn from experiences and try to grow in their understanding and in their behavior. But the fact is that people also need to be in an environment to allow them to do that. I was saying at one table, even talking about housing solutions, you might need, I remember I talked about liking to meet people at their feet to start with. You might need to work on housing problems, but you might need to start by working on getting some sleep. You might need to work on not being hungry. You might need to work, to be just less overwhelmed in the moment by what you're going through. We need to have an approach to people that meets people where they're at and takes into consideration the broad context of their experiences. Tomorrow, then, we're going to, I'm going to introduce something to you called a formulation. We're in the formulation, I'm going to introduce something called a fulcrum and a lever to you as a quick way to make an assessment of somebody's well-being. And then I'm going to teach you the most powerful well-being assessment tool that we have. It's something that we call calendaring. And then what else are we going to do? I think that'll probably be what we have time for tomorrow. But I'm going to model these, and you're going to work at your tables and use these techniques. And mainly, I want you to be really clear, these things I'm showing you are really not intended necessarily to be done on paper all the time. They're meant to get done in your head. As quick ways to make sense of things as you meet with people. I'm going to argue, and I'll tell you the end of the story right now. I'm going to argue, sorry, I need to see, I've got 5 minutes. I'm going to argue with you something that I've started arguing at a couple of tables with people that comes from my particular experience, which is that when you're working with people, particularly people in distress, there may be things that you know how to do and that your program is designed to do for people that could be practically really helpful, but you might be missing the most helpful thing that you could do, which is also not necessarily the easiest thing to do. And that is to look at how deeply isolated people are that you're working with, how dismembered they are from their communities. You remember when Terry Cross quoted the Theda Newbreast quote that I made from, she's the Blackfoot person, the social worker, who said colonization dismembered our society, our communities, our families. I'm telling you, people have literally been dismembered. And I think you'll find with most people that you work with, even if your program can deliver something like housing or some other kind of support, practical support that's not unimportant, but if it ignores the dismembering, it won't be a solution for very long. In child protection, we have a particular saying, because your work is child safety related, right? And I'll just give you what we call an integrative statement. Safety is temporary without healing. I'm going to argue housing is temporary without healing. Sobriety is temporary without healing. Recovery from mental and psychological distress is temporary without healing. We have to be willing to confront the bigger story. And quite frankly, for most people that we meet, the bigger story has something to do with the family that they come from and what's happened there. And sometimes, quite frankly, what gets in the way of doing that kind of work is narrowing our view to how to navigate a housing problem. People need to be sheltered. I think that should be a human right, quite frankly, a guarantee of a human right. And I'll keep working for that, and you'll join me in doing it. But being housed is, people in prisons are housed too. People in nursing homes are housed too. That's not a life. Life is more than that. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we confront and work together in support of people. How do we get underneath it? People are incredibly capable. People in distress are especially capable. They learn how to do a lot of things. And so tomorrow we'll look at the tools, we'll contextualize the tools. But I'll just tell you the two things we're trying to do is bring a health perspective to this and understand that health happens in the context of relationships, not away from them. And relationships happen in families, and they happen in culture, and they happen in community, not in social service programs. Schools are places of relationships. By the way, I became a school board president for a few years in a pre-K to fourth grade school. And one of the things that I saw that really worked in the school that I was the superintendent for, which was a private school, by the way, and is really working with the faculty on the school being a place not just for students, but for their families. Our school was not only a place where kids could get the meal they were missing, sometimes it was the only place of welcome and the only place of friendship and encouragement that parents experienced every day, and they got to experience it twice, and our job was to make it count. For now, this is the only place of safety of you and your children's life, and that's what we're here for. And people can grow from that place towards healing. But I'll stop there because I could just keep talking. But thank you for listening today. I hope you'll come back tomorrow because it is really disappointing when I come back and no one's here. Just kidding. Hopefully that won't happen, but it could. Anyway, thank you, and have a good night. Thanks. Yeah, thank you.